Are you ready for a vacation that will make all your poker buddies jealous? Set sail with Texas Card House for 7 days of sun, fun, and poker on March 26th to April 2nd, 2023. Sailing out of Galveston, Texas, the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas is one of the most awarded ships in the world. As you sail for 7 days with Texas Card House with stops in Roatan, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. Sun, fun, and oh yeah, non-stop poker. Texas Card House is bringing their world-class staff on board for 7 days of cash games, tournaments, and no matter your skill level, we've got games for you. Texas Card House Poker Cruise, Royal Caribbean, Allure of the Seas. Cabins are going fast. Don't get left in port and miss the vacation of a lifetime. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Yeah, that should be good. Hello, everybody. What's going on? TCH Live Thursday. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. And joining me tonight, a very old familiar face who I have not seen in quite a while, but joining us back here in the Austin area for the holidays. Here to see some family and stuff. It's my buddy Preston Skelly. What's going on, man?
Howdy, everybody. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. So we've got a fun lineup here. We're playing some 2-5 here this evening. A lot of familiar faces, people that you'll all recognize, and maybe even a fresh face or two. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Sit back, relax, enjoy the 2-5 No Limit Texas Hold. All right, getting things started here with $10 PLO bomb pot, as we usually do.
I remember these PLO bomb pots came in the past couple years, and I'm based out of California now, and all the games in California, they've barely heard of a bomb pot before, so it's nice to see bomb pots back in action. I have no idea how to play them. I've completely forgotten all strategy, but it's exciting to watch.
Nice. Well, I remember, back when you were here, which was many moons ago,
yeah.
At least when you were here consistently,
yeah.
We used to play the 2-card bomb pots,
yes.
which were just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, 2 cards, 2 boards, lots of I bet whatever's in the middle,
yeah.
or more than whatever's in the middle.
Yeah, just trying to get it through.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just checking all the way to the end here. People are just going to turn over 1,000,000 cards, and Jeremy's going to have to try to figure out who wins this. It looks like Mike here has a straight to the 6 on top, and what, a set of 7s? No, set of 7s no good any longer. So we've got a straight and I'm guessing just a couple of straights. I don't know. There's too many cards on the screen.
That's a lot of work for the dealer.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Looks like they just checked it.
Set of 8s. Okay, so set of 8s on bottom and straight to the 6 on top is what's going to take it down.
Yeah, the cards we can't see up top.
Usually you don't see these things check all the way to the end, but when it's a straight and a set as the best hand, that kind of makes some sense. All right, so for some reason, Cy gets to sit down already up $455, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
He told the stream to say, I'm winning, I promise.
Yeah. That's funny. So yeah, so our good friend Cy, who you have plenty of experience playing against.
I do. Last time I was in town, I got set by Cy and left my mouth open for the next trip, which I'm here for now.
Nice.
Yep.
And we've got Jason back in the house. Haven't seen him on the felt here in quite a while.
Played a little bit with Jason too. I remember back in the day. He's a very good player. Knows exactly what's going on, and excited to watch him.
Yeah. So Scott B here hasn't been on the stream too many times, if at all, before. I think. Could be mistaken about that, but everybody else is going to be pretty experienced. So Magic here going to complete out of the big blind. Preston here opening under the gun for 30 and heads up to this flop. Quick check.
Interesting snap check back there, but might go for a delayed c-bet here. Or not. Wow. Oh, he did go for a delayed c-bet. Okay.
Yeah, just didn't have the action caught up quite yet. Yeah, definitely a flop that I think most players are going to c-bet pretty frequently there, though.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the delayed c-bet still going to get the job done. We'll move along to the next hand.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the chat, see who all is joining us here so far.
We got a lot already. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, we got Raina. What's going on? Kicker Problems. Poker Monkey. Hello. Welcome to the show, guys. Got 40 ounces of freedom. Hello. We got Doug Buys. Go Jets, he says in the chat. Yes, indeed. Go Jets. Sammy Foldham, what's up? Tyler, how's it going? Skullbone. Yo, yo, yo. Lee Botman, what's going on?
Oh, I was told to crank it up a little bit. I have no idea how to do that. Do I go closer here? Or
Yeah, basically just keep the microphone nice and close
I
to
will
the
begin
mouth.
to eat the mic now.
Yeah, do always let us know here in the chat if anything is amiss, audio, visual, anything of those things. We'll be doing our best to keep things up to date and rolling as best as possible. So here we went 4 players to a flop here, single raise pot. Just Magic and Mike here going to the turn. King of Hearts. Mike still out in front with the pocket deuces. But Magic here, after betting the flop, is going to continue on the turn, and the deuces will yield.
Interesting story he told there. Not sure if it makes too much sense, but the deuces is just a tough hand to continue with across a couple streets. So nice that he got that one through.
Yeah, it is always interesting to be in those spots where the flop is like generally pretty good for you, but your hand is just so mediocre. But then like they've just bet flop and bet turn, and when it gets scarier, like it's really hard to hold on there. That is for sure. But yeah, I think the deuces can certainly be folded there. Also love to see when you have these kind of disconnected boards, when your opponent starts telling a story that doesn't fully add up, sometimes taking those under pairs and turning them into bluffs. If you're not, if you don't have enough other bluffs like front door, like gut shots and stuff that you would have check raised, you know, going for a delayed check raise on the turn with some of your just under pairs can be a pretty good move. But anyways, here we are on hand number 5. Magic here raising from the button. King 9 suited and Scott B waking up in the big blind with number 1.
Nice to have aces so early in a session. It's good to set the precedent of I'm getting good hands today.
Yeah, certainly.
Wow, and we got a cooler alert. Snap 4 bets it up.
Yeah, cold 4 here to a large size. This is a 3x in position against the 3-better. And I think he is, I mean, this is just a straight-up cooler where Kiki is going to be hard-pressed to get away from this one. Let's see how Scott plays this, if he does go for a 5th bet or just plays this as a call. Definitely think the call is in order to not give your opponent any reason to find a fold. But let's see if Scott agrees.
Yeah, I agree as well. It's really tough to find a 5-bet range that isn't exactly that hand. We'll see if he just decides to get it in anyway.
Yeah, Scott is going to 5-bet rip it. And Kiki here now, I mean, the thing for him is like, this is like ace-king at best.
Yeah.
Right? Like maybe if you have some experience, which I'm not sure these players have with each other, ace-5 suited, right? Like you could maybe convince yourself that they could have that. Maybe jacks, but like, are jacks really going to do this? I'm not sure.
No, I think it's ace-king or you're dominated a lot, and ace-5 suited is a stretch for a lot of these players, especially at this level. I just don't think early in the session they're going to be willing to do that.
I agree, but Kiki is not going to be able to find the fold button. Understandable, but here we are. Looks like we're just going to rip it one time. Needs to find a queen, and that is not going to happen. Needed a couple queens after that flop, and so here we go. Pocket aces versus pocket queens. Scott going to stack Kiki on hand number 5. Very classic cooler situation.
Yes.
Kiki wanted to, you know, sort of find the fold button there. You could really see that he was agonizing over the decision. But, yeah, just so tough to get away from these spots. Yeah. I don't know, though. I mean, I have definitely found myself realizing that just, like, the 5-bet is just almost always going to be aces or kings.
Yeah. Yep.
The
when
people
it really
that
shouldn't be, but it usually is.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And even those people that are like going to be happy to like 5-bet jam it in with aces and kings, you know, because I mean, who isn't happy doing that? When you give them actually ace king that's unsuited, they just kind of like I have to see a flop, but like, are they jamming it in? Most of the time, those people aren't. So it just like becomes a super polarized 5-bet range, and yeah. It's tough. I mean, I have folded more like kings and queens pre in the last couple of years than I ever have before, because it's just like I've got enough experience now where I'm like, I've gotten cooler, and I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
This
sometimes
is
you
the
just gotta
kind of
know
guy that he just let it
they
go.
got it. Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, sometimes I'm sure they've gotten one through on me with the ace king. But,
Yeah.
you know.
But even then, you're 70% at best. I think if you can find those ace king jams, just like he did in that 5-bet spot, then maybe it's okay to do the 5-bet with the aces, especially if they just call with whatever they're 4-betting with. But yeah, against an experienced player, I think they're going to be finding a fold there with a lot of their 4-bet range.
Yeah. Let's see here. So we got Mr. Will Lottie here in the chat. What's going on, buddy? And Lee Botman here says, why jam with relatively short stacks? Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that you just call and allow your opponent to sort of continue betting in a lot of spots. We can see, though, from that flop that Kiki is not going to want to put a lot more chips in the pot if they do see that flop. So it actually works out really well for the gentleman in the 5 seat there.
Yeah, hard to think he would have gotten all the money on that ace-high flop, especially sometimes you don't want to flop top set with aces. You're like, oh, man, how do I get the money in now, right?
Yeah, in
what
fact.
Can they have? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Scott there would have not perhaps gotten all the money had he played it otherwise.
Yeah.
All right, Kiki here. The ace-jack suited is going to put in another 4-bet.
Wow. One might think this might be a little bit of a tilt, but reasonable 4-bet candidate as well. Just losing with the queens there.
Preston, though, as the 3-better here on the button with the 10-9, yeah, he just is going to get out of here. Tilt or otherwise, 9-10 suited is a hand you'd love to see a flop with, but not in a 4-bet pot, not for that stack-to-pot ratio. Like, you're going to miss way too often and not have enough equity to just be like, oh, shrug, put the rest of the money in, when they almost invariably do put the rest of the money in.
Yeah, even when the flop's like a 9-4 deuce or something and they snap jam, it's like, oh man, I got myself in this spot and I kind of got to call it off now, but they show you jacks and you're rolling your eyes like, what did I do that for?
Exactly, yeah.
Good to see Jason Franks in the chat, Cow Poly buddy. He says, I've never lost a flip. That is incorrect. I've just never lost a flip against you.
Good distinction to be made there.
Good to see Noah, also a Cow Poly buddy in the chat. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Good being back in the Austin streets. It's very nostalgic for me. I remember the COVID summer. Me and Aaron probably played every single day together while I was back from college, since they didn't let me live there anymore because of COVID. So
yep.
ridiculous, but it was so happy that I got to have the experience over that summer to play with everybody, and it's good to be back. Good to be back for sure.
All right, so every pot here getting raised in 3-bet here for the last couple.
That's good.
Magic is going to grab a pink chip, fire it across the line, and I think he just said raise, so this is going to be a bet of 530 now.
Kind of slammed that one in there, almost like he didn't want to do it, like we were talking about before with the ace-king, like almost an annoyed 4-bet making it a large sizing. So we'll see what Scott does here.
Yeah, I mean, Magic is going to be one of those players. I've got a decent amount of experience with him. Re-raising with the ace-king certainly going to be something he's comfortable doing. So I think that was maybe just your perception. I think
my perception.
For him, that is the spot where he's just going to go with it for sure, regardless of how his opponent responds.
Yeah, really tough for 9s to continue there as well. Similar spot to the 10-9 suited. Tough to continue on a lot of flops and play it well. Especially at the SPR they're at currently. Good action so far though. 6 hands in and we've seen 4 4-bet pots, which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, 3 bets, 4 bets, back and forth. So yeah, plenty of action here so far. Pretty awesome stuff. All right, so the $10 straddle on for this one. First act here, not a believer in the ace-4-0, but Tillman up front here is going to raise to 30 bucks with the 4-3 suited. Definitely going to be a few pips lower than a standard opening raise.
That's what we call a heat check. That's a heat check right there.
I don't think Tillman's played a hand yet. I think he's just looking to play a hand, actually.
Right. He's got to see how the day is kind of starting out for him. Do I flop a straight? Do I flop a flush? No? All right. I'll fold it next time.
Kiki in here with 8.
Well, and look at that. Heat check confirmed.
Yeah, seriously. Tillman here flopping bottom trips. Pretty good spot. Kiki here obviously should not be going anywhere for a single bet as well. However, it is a pot-sized bet, so pretty chunky here from Tillman.
A lot of hesitation there from Kiki. We saw kind of rolled his eyes, looked at it. Not going to be. If I was a bluffing in this hand with 100, I would be inclined to continue bluffing. But Tillman just has it, so why not put more money in? Looks like he got it done in the turn.
Yeah, another pot-sized bet here. Tillman, not the kind of guy who usually just like fires away with air. So
Yeah.
good fold there by Kiki on the turn, recognizing that this is not a spot where eights are going to hold up.
Yeah, really fun to
very
time
often.
bluffs on that board as well. 3-3, 10 deuce. It's you got to convince yourself they're firing away with 2 overcards, which they're really not doing very often, right?
Yeah, against real sort of balanced and attacking players, they're going to do stuff to you like that. But Tillman,
Yeah, know your
a
customer.
little bit more straightforward.
Absolutely.
All right, $10 straddle is on. Magic going to be first to act on this one.
I like the Christmas decorations in the back. We got a Christmas tree. We got the holiday cheer here at TCH. Nice to see.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we got a walk for Sai.
Nice. First pot one of the night here for Sai. He's going to drag a couple bucks into the stack, free of charge.
I don't know if I see his name on there. Oh, it's SRI. That's what it
That's
is right
right.
now. Okay, that's Sai. How long has the other Preston been playing at TCH? It's an uncommon name. I know that we have a couple Preston regulars, but
Yeah. So Preston's been around for, I mean, I hesitate to say an exact number, but certainly for a little while.
okay.
A player that has been in the streets here for at least a minute.
Nice. It's cool to see a lot of the people I played with a couple years ago, and also a lot of new faces. And that's just how kind of the poker industry kind of works. You know, you got the people that stay around and the new faces that you got to learn how they play as well.
All right, Tillman gonna complete with the Robbie here. Scott, Kevin, and Mike in there as well. I think Kevin, the original raiser, on the button after a couple of limps, or at least one limp, if I'm not mistaken. So here we go, 4 players to this flop. Ace high, couple of hearts. Kevin here will flop best with the second pair and backdoor king high flush draw. Checks to him, he will check back. Understandably so.
Yeah, especially with the King of Hearts, tough to find the flush draws you want to convince yourself they're having when they call you on the flop. So I like to check back as well.
Yeah, and you can always continue on any turns, like regardless of betting patterns from your opponents up front, just because you do have sort of a blocker to the nuts. You can always rep a big hand if the flush does complete.
Absolutely.
Does get called in 2 spots after Mike leads the turn. Tillman sticking around with the most bottom of all pairs.
I think this value bluff. Oh, if he went bigger, the value bluff I think might have worked, but I don't think this size is going to get it done.
Yeah, this is just a block size
Yeah.
for sure. Mike just hoping that somehow his hand will be best at showdown for a tiny price. Kevin will look him up, and the king is kicking, so he'll drag the pot and move up to 2.2K in the stack.
Yeah, nicely done from Kevin there. Got a good amount of money in with a hand that is not very good. But showed down a lot and played it very well.
Yeah, would have been interesting though to see him raise the river there. I mean, what hand that's better than yours is really betting that small? Maybe just like ace no kicker. I mean, sure, you could convince yourself of that, but at the same time, no one's shown any real inclination to try to win this pot. Like,
Right.
if I have ace no kicker, I'm betting a little bit bigger for value even.
I agree. Yeah.
Trying to get, you know, sort of bluff caught by those 10s, but, you know, also understandable to just make the call there.
Yep. See my buddy Nick Hausman in the chat also saying hi, giving me crap for eating cheesy bread a lot. No, not tonight. I have a smoothie, but I will almost indefinitely go to a pizza place after I leave this place.
So your dietary habits have not changed.
Not at all.
since-
Not at all. Nope.
You're just I don't know how you're
I'm a
alive.
spectacle. And it's miraculous. I gain no weight. I don't know what happens. I said I have a rule that whenever I start gaining weight, maybe I'll eat healthier, but it seems like I just keep getting skinnier. I don't know what's
It's
happening.
because there's no nutrition in what you eat.
That might be part of it. That might be part of it.
Oh my god.
I remember when we were playing back in the day, it was every night I would be getting a pizza or Chinese food pretty much.
Yeah, but like
Nailed to
the
a T.
most bland
Yes.
variety, just
Yes.
cheese pizza.
Yes. I do add onions and mushrooms and green peppers now, so I'm
What?
kind of bougie. I mean, kind of got to watch out for
Wow.
me. Yeah. So watch out. I'm a new man. Eating vegetables at a low frequency.
That
sometimes too.
that is crazy. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm very
Thank you.
proud of you.
Maybe in the next coming years, I'll keep expanding the platter to something crazy. Who even knows?
Yeah. I mean, bell peppers.
Bell
or,
peppers.
like lettuce. Who knows? The world is your oyster.
I know. I've expanded to the veggie burger as well. So that was a
really?
big one for me. I was always scared to eat it, and then I tried it. I'm like, it's actually not bad. Not bad at all.
Poker Monkey wants to know who's in the booth with me. This is Preston Skelding. He
Hello.
is a young buck who I played a lot with, gosh, I guess a couple years ago.
2 or 3 years now. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was the 18-plus arena, and I turned 18. I loved poker, and I was watching a stream one day, and I think I put in chat, or somebody let me know that it was 18-plus here, and I'd made a couple trips up to Choctaw and Windstar, and I was shooting myself. I'm like, oh my god, it's a 7-hour drive to go play in this crusty 2-5 game, and then lo and behold, there's a place 15 minutes from my house that I can go play at every day. So that was miraculous for me.
And play it every day you did.
And play it every day I did. I mean, it's COVID. What am I gonna do, right?
Yeah. All right, so 4 players to a flop, ace high, rainbow flop. Kevin here with the best of it, top pair with the jack kicker.
One time for the Getty.
Yeah, Preston will stick around with the gut shot. Tillman, the top pair, no kicker, and 4 diamonds on the turn changes nothing. Kevin still way out in front. Checks to him a second time. He will be going for value again with about 290 in the middle. Let's see what size he goes for. Standard's going to be about 2/3 most of the time.
He's going for the bet here, getting value from the exact hand Tillman has. Tillman looks like he found the fold pretty quickly. Wow, that's impressive fold. Well done to Tillman there.
Yeah, a lot of players are going to look that up a second time.
Yeah.
The nice thing about having these hands like top pair no kicker or middle pair good kicker in multi-way spots is when the original raiser fires multiple streets, you can just let go of your hand so much easier.
Yep.
Because it's like, well, he has to beat both of us and he's still betting, so like my hand strength just goes way down. Whereas if you're heads up, like you really shouldn't be folding
Right.
to the second barrel on the turn. You can definitely reevaluate your life on the river if they fire again, but yeah, heads up pots and multi-way going to be so much different.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really tough to be firing a bluff away into 2 people 2 times, and a lot of people don't do that. So in the games y'all play, if you see that, it's going to be heavily weighted towards they want your money.
All right. Raise to 30 and a call. Sai here in the cutoff is going to 3-bet to a relatively modest sizing here, given the original raise size and a caller in between. So really inviting both of his opponents to stick around, but Mike is not going to continue after Kiki calls, getting a really good price. So interesting decision there.
Yeah.
Flop 8 high 2 tone. Kiki here with a whole lot of not much, but Sai will check it back for a free turn card, as this is definitely going to be a more favorable board for Kiki's calling range. But when Kiki checks the second time, I think Sai is going to be pretty confident that his hand is best, and the river will only solidify that more. He can comfortably go for a little bit of value on the end. Let's see what size he chooses, though. Not that Kiki will be calling anything. If he had any inclination of continuing in this hand, it would have to be as a raise, and I suspect it's a quick check fold.
Yeah, really tough for Sai to bet on that flop, seeing as it's all the caller's range. But I think he had an opportunity to take it down on the turn and just didn't decide get frisky with it, and the side takes it down when the river lets him know he clearly has the best hand.
Yeah, one of those spots too where like betting and checking are just so close in expected value most of the time. It's like you probably just have the best hand and you could just bet a small amount and just win. But at the same time, if they do have pocket twos, ace three, something like that, just for like a bottom pair, like you're probably not going to continue betting to turn your hand into a bluff on the river. So it's like you just check and give them a free card. You're always in position on the river. Like it's just a really easy spot to play. The best thing though is when you see players, had that just been like a total brick on the river, like another 3 or something, like betting the ace queen for value, right? When it's just like check, 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 check to the end, it's like actually ace queen is now a hand strong enough to go for value.
Especially when one of those cards pairs too. You got to think there's a less likelihood the other guy picks up a hand in there.
Yeah, but didn't see that one happen.
Yeah. Seeing Gabriel Rodriguez, another college friend in the chat, making fun of my vegetable and pizza eating habits as well. Good to know everyone knows me so well. Yes, my eating habits are terrible.
Oh, man. Like, I remember I ate a ton of, like, ramen noodles, mac and cheese, you know, just, like, pretty easy to make stuff. But I always would, like, load it up with things. Like, I would slice up sausage and put it, like, mushrooms and different things in there just to, like, make it good. And, yeah, I'm glad that you've added some variety to your intake at least. All right, raise to 35 here from Magic. Preston makes the call on the button, and now Scott B here in a small blind facing this configuration of cutoff, open, button, flat is going to raise with the eights. I like this. So you have to make it large enough, though, that you don't get your opponents, don't give your opponents an easy call, as you're going to be playing this one out of position with a pretty marginal hand. Makes it 135. Not the worst size. I usually go a little bit bigger here myself, but let's see if this gets through Magic or if he makes the call.
Yeah, kind of a close spot there in the small blind. You don't really want to be calling a lot of hands in the small blind naturally, but eights is just, it's kind of on the edge, right? You don't know if you want to be set mining or you're just going to be playing a 3-bet pot, because it's a hard hand to play post-flop, especially against two people.
Yeah, your small blind calling range is just super condensed to these like middling to small pairs and like suited connectors, a couple offsuit Broadway combination things like that, but does go for the third bet, gets called in both spots. Once again, that sizing maybe just a little bit too small. Does flop an overpair to the board, 3 to a straight as well, so of all the flops you could get, this one's not bad. And he's actually got he's got Preston in a pretty tough way, as he has flopped top pair with 3 to a straight as well. Going to continue here, 125, so a modest size. Doesn't need to go super big. If his opponents are just on overcards like Magic, they're just going to have to fold, so understandable to go for the small continue size. But Preston not going anywhere, so heads up to a turn. 670 in the middle, it's a 10 of hearts. Giving both players a gut shot to the 10 high straight now.
Let's see if Scott decides to go for another bet here. This is exactly the spot I was talking about, where it's really hard to play these kind of hands. You got to think once they call on the flop, though, you're probably ahead. They have a lot of middling pocket pairs, 7s, 9-7 suited that pick up a gut shot as well to a pair. So interesting spot, but realistically, hard for you to be behind here a lot. And if you face ridiculous aggression on the turn, you can kind of confidently let it go.
Scott goes for the check, though. I like this. I was going to ask you what you would do here, but I'm solidly in the check camp. Stack to pot ratio is like a little over 1.3, something like that. So if your opponent does check back, which he does, like you've got a slam dunk value bet on a bunch of river cards.
Yeah.
Queen of Hearts is actually a pretty big brick, as like just sort of the random turned heart draws are going to just want to bet. From Preston on the button, so they really don't exist. And what queens could you imagine them really having other than like ace, queen of spades, or diamonds that didn't elect to 3-bet mark pre?
Great value bet right there. Well done from Scott.
Fantastic bet here on the end.
Well done. You got to think Preston has a lot of smalling pocket pairs too. That, I mean, it's hard to think Preston would have 9s there at all. So you got to think he has 3s, 4s, deuces, or the array of 7s that he could have. So really good bet there from Scott. Like that a lot, and love how you played that hand.
Yeah, I agree. And Preston here pretty much falling victim to what happens to a lot of players, they're on the button, they have a hand that's pretty marginal, 8-7-0, but it's like you feel like, oh, maybe I can get something going, I'm on the button, I'm going to have position, blah, blah, blah. You sort of talk yourself into seeing a flop, and then the worst of all things occurs, which is you make a very marginal hand, you end up calling down and losing a decent-sized pot. So that is, you know, sort of the risk that you take by stretching the range a little bit to try to play some extra hands on the button.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree.
Folds to Kiki in the small blind. He's just going to limp the ace-6 of hearts. Jason calls the straddle as well, and Kevin will squeeze with the queen-3 off. Kiki makes the call. Jason's out of there. We're going to go heads up to a flop. Kevin with the betting lead and in position. Got a pretty disconnected, raggy hand, but aggression often wins, and Kiki here with just ace-high, no backdoor hearts even to continue with. So checks it over to Kevin, and if he continues, might just get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a crazy hand to raise here out of the big blind, but I think Kevin just sensed the weakness out of, I forget the other player's name, but sensed the weakness with the limp and said, I'm just going to win this hand with the c-bet a lot of the time. Just got a free 70 bucks for very little work.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. It's always tricky to convince yourself that squeezing with these like really just garbage disconnected hands is going to be like an enjoyable experience or one that's really going to be very profitable. But you also have to recognize too, just when people play passively, like they're just being honest about the strength of their hand. Like I just don't see people limping aces, limping kings.
And when they do,
king,
they tell you exactly what they have after you raise, you know?
Yeah.
Remember I was playing against somebody recently, and they went for the old limp 4-bet with aces and said, oh, they never would have expected that. And I'm thinking in my head, well, once you do the call and then the 4-bet, we all know what you have.
Yeah, yeah. Like the script was, you have marginal crap holdings. Oh, no, now you have aces. Like,
yeah, it changes so quickly.
Yeah. We were buying it for a moment, and then we weren't. All right, so as we look at the earnings as of hand number 18 here, Scott up the most, up almost 2K. This shows Cy up 592, but we know that there was sort of a interesting error there on the input of the stacks at the beginning, so I think he's actually just about dead on even.
Yeah, might have been from a past game he's been playing in the house, or he just wanted to start bragging on the stream, but who knows?
All right, so Tillman from under the gun, he's going to make it 30 to go. Scott with the ace-4 suited is just going to make the call. Reasonable against an under-the-gun open, especially from a tighter player like Tillman. If you go for a 3-bet with this hand, which you'll do a fair bit of the time just because it doesn't play so well as a call. Well, I mean, you're in position. It plays actually fine as a call, but will oftentimes play better as a raise, I should say.
Yeah,
but
I think you can mix there as well. Very player-dependent. Completely agree.
yeah. Anyways, we've got a lot of connected hands here, so we're going to go to an ace-high flop here. Top pair for 3 players, and Cy also has a heart flush draw, so plenty of chips could be entering the pot.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Cy might choose this hand as a put a lot of money in on the flop hand too, or just decide to call, so we'll see.
Yeah, I actually suspect when
you get 2 callers behind, he's going to be very inclined to say, I'm going to put a lot of money in. I have ace-5, I have 5s, I have 10s.
Okay, interesting. I think he's going to be more likely to just call, but
right, we'll see.
Let's find out. The concern when it goes bet, call, call in front of you is that you're up against
a higher flush.
A higher flush draw.
Yes.
There aren't a ton of combinations. There's king jack, queen jack, and then just like some random like king 5, you know, things like that. But
looks like you were correct.
Yeah.
Good decision there, and I think I agree with it. That's what his thought process is I could be up against a higher flush draw, and if I put a lot of money in, then it's just not going to go well.
Also, the problem with check raising there is that, yes, if you get through Tillman, you probably just win the hand right there. But getting through Tillman is the tough part. Like,
right.
Tillman might just be like, F it and 3-bet jam it in, and then what are you going to do with your 9 high hearts? So that's probably the bigger part of the equation there. All right, side does check the 4 of spades on the turn. As you do, Tillman will continue betting just under half pot, keeping this sizing relatively small. You'll see a lot of players size up here and be like, look, like, you got something, you're going to put the chips in, and I'm probably ahead. But making it too cheap, especially if you get, like, the first caller, everybody else gets sort of priced in, and they get to see that river card for a very attractive price. So let's see here how Scott responds with the turned top and bottom pair.
Looks
Raise
like
is incoming.
Yeah. 600, 650, something like that. We'll see what Tillman decides to do here, but he just goes for the snap fold, and I like it. It's really hard to find any sort of bluff there on the turn. From Scott, especially in the 4 people, like, are we just firing away with 6, 7 of hearts there? Probably not. And Tillman recognizes that and says, hey, I put 200 bucks in. If you put any more, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty quick fold there with the top. That is for sure. So Scott here on a heater, 2.5K. Seemingly can do no wrong. He plays a hand, he wins it at this early stage of the game. But we are only 19 hands in, so anything can happen.
Lots of poker to be played.
All right, Magic and a limp up front. The ace deuce suited. Kiki will raise Queen Jack O to 50 bucks. I like this. And Tillman, perhaps a little bit of tilt after folding the top, is going to complete with the 5-4 offsuit. Pretty raggy hand. Magic just drills it, flopping the nuts.
Against top pair as well. We'll see how much money he gets from Kiki here. SPR doesn't look very big, so one might think it'd be all of it, depending on what this turn card is.
Magic playing this one tricky, does go for it. The check call, I love it. A lot of players will be tempted to raise immediately, but that can give your opponent an out. Playing it this way does get Kiki to continue betting on the turn, and now Magic is going to spring the trap. He's like, Kiki only has 400 bucks behind. Let me just stuff it in here. He's going to have a real hard time folding after betting 300 of his remaining 7. And sure enough, Kiki is in a tough spot, but looking to potentially get felted for the second time this evening, unless he can find the fold for what is effectively like 1/5 pot.
Yeah, hard to think your opponent's ever bluffing here, but I mean, you're getting such good odds here. I mean, it's really tough to find this fold once you put in 70% of your stack. And he does. Good fold.
Yeah, pot would have gone up to 1,800, so a little over 400 into 1,800. 4.5 to 1 you're getting.
Yeah.
Feels like, you know, a price that a lot of people will sort of shrug and take, but yeah, when you're dead just a ton of the time, or just way behind something like King Queen, it's just like whatever. King Queen with a King of Spades or something, like you're just totally dead to get against that.
And hard to think that he's ever bluffing there with the raise on the turn. I couldn't even think of a hand he'd be doing that with. Maybe like an Ace of Spades X that just says screw it, but it seems unlikely to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. So well played there by Kiki. Tough spots here for Kiki so far this evening, that is for sure.
Yeah, tough when you go in to play a stream and get all excited, and then 10 hands in, you're down almost 2 bullets. Demoralizing for sure. But we'll see if we can get it back going here. Get some more hands.
So it's showing identity, but it didn't.
Tillman here continuing with the spice. I think definitely feeling the after effects of that ace-king fold here. We had the 5-4 offsuit call, and now here we are raising with the queen-10 off from the big blind. I mean, I'm not saying that I necessarily hate this against a button open, but definitely a little bit wider range, and he's going to just find himself in a real tough spot here. He's got top pair with a marginal kicker and a gut shot. Preston here flopping top pair second kicker and facing this bet of 225. Oh my God, he just folds. This is a brilliant spot for him to just jam in the rest of his chips. What do you call King Queen with if you're just going to fold top pair? I don't understand, but he does. Mike calls with the ace-7.
This is miraculous. I don't know how Tillman has done it, but he has found a way to win chips in this hand when he almost certainly was meant to lose a lot of chips.
Yeah. I don't understand the thought process here for Mike calling.
I mean,
you got no backdoor flush outs. You've got runner, 10 jack doesn't even give a straight for your 7, so you have to go runner like 6-5 or 6-10. I don't know. That was just a very interesting
he
float.
obviously, he says you have kings or aces every single time here, which clearly he doesn't, even with the king in his hand. Yeah, very confusing. Possibility of a card misread there, but it seems like he just said you have kings or aces or ace queen. I fold.
1,000?
Yeah.
6 out of 1,000.
Well, there is certainly some value to going on a little bit of monkey tilt when
Yeah.
you are known as a very tight player,
Yeah.
because widening your range, you can just get people to fold in a lot of spots that normally they wouldn't. But that one was very surprising.
Yeah.
I think even I am sort of rolling my eyes and just paying off Tillman, quote unquote, paying him off in spots like that with a hand as strong as King Queen.
Yeah, it's interesting you brought up the tilt from Tillman there too. After he makes the good fold, I find myself doing this, or it's very easy to do this too, is you make a fold and you say, all right, that's a great fold, and then the 10 hands after that, you lose just as much money as if you made the bad call, right? So it's like, what would you rather do? But interesting from Tillman there, and crazy fold.
Well, also, I mean, the other side of it, too, is that, like, we know it was a good fold,
Yeah.
but he may be thinking that he got bluffed,
Right.
right? Because, you know, you don't have access to this as
Yeah.
we do. And
Absolutely.
so, yeah, he may be sitting there thinking, you know, I folded the ace-king, I look like an idiot or whatever.
Yeah, my stack should be 2x what it is. Let's get it to that, right? Yeah.
But, no, so far, so good. Tillman playing well. He needs to just basically keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
All right, so hand number 22 coming at us. Kiki here is going to have his hand marquee. Wasn't going to do anything with the jack deuce. Kevin, though, will raise the queen jack-o, and it's a quick fold from ace-9. Tillman, though, will call with 2 9s. And Scott from the straddle will complete with jack-5 suited. Pretty reasonable. We'll go 3 players to a flop.
Yeah. Close there for Tillman, whether he wants to re-raise, but I think he's utilizing the I re-raised the last 4 pots. I don't want to deal with this crap again. Let's just play a smaller one right now.
Yeah. Does check to him as he has flopped an overpair to the board. Very comfortably bets the pot. 2 quick folds incoming, and Tillman will win another one. So, bit of a heater here.
Yeah. One of the best boards you can see with having 2 9s right there. Almost certainly ahead, and especially once the pre-flop aggressor checks to you.
It's so cold in New York tonight in that game. Can't even imagine.
Looks like Kiki added on for another 500 or 1,000 here, seeing if he can spit it back up.
Another 1,000 there, as he did fold that last hand when he had about 450 left. So yeah, hopping off the stack here, try to get things going. Yeah, a lot of the time when I play these match the stack games, there's a lot of incentive to sort of keep your stack pretty juiced up and, you know, ready to tango with the other big stacks at the table so that you can maximize your value when you do get into these sort of cooler situations where you can really win a lot. At the same time, though, I mean, this certainly goes from my own personal experience, but also just, I think, a pretty good thing for people to think about is just like what your mentality is, how you're feeling about the game, whether you're in a good mental like headspace, because there will be times where I'll just be running really bad, and it's like I don't really want to have 3K in front of me right now and be covered or, you know, be as big as the rest of the players at the table. I'd rather have just 1,000 and feel like I've got, you know, just a bigger like handle or more control on how much money I get in the middle, because I'm a little bit tilted or something. But
Absolutely. There's a lot of times where when you lose that big hand and you have pebbles in front of you, your inclination is snap add on, right? But it's a fair balance between doing the snap add on when you're in that mental state, which is maybe I'm going to start losing all of this money, right? So I give myself some time to refocus, rebalance, and then add on when I feel more mentally compact, for sure.
yeah. Quick fold of the Jack-10 there on the turn. A little bit surprised by that move. Flop top pair, and then one overcard comes. Your opponent keeps betting. A lot of the time, you're going to want to continue, but gets away from it. I mean, Jason there had turned an up and down straight flush draw, had a one-outer to the royal, so ton of equity, but wasn't technically ahead. Folds to the small blind. Scott B here. 4K in the stack after running pretty hot here. Is going to come in for a raise over the $10. Straddle gets 2 quick folds and just steals the blind and a straddle.
A little bit of lull in the action here, but after the first 5 or 10 hands when we saw a bajillion 4-bet pots, it's definitely expected.
What do you get?
Negaless with a question in the chat here. Can we borrow from the table? I'm going to interpret that how I can and say, can you exchange chips and say if there's somebody with $4,000, can somebody who wants to buy chips off that person do that? That's typically going to be a no. But if somebody has cash in their pocket, then of course you can ask them for that cash in exchange for Venmo or some other type of transaction. But if that's not what the question was, feel free to ask again and I can elaborate.
All right, Tillman here, suited king jack. Will raise from the low jack. Kiki will call from the small blind. And that's the only taker, so heads up to a flop. Tillman in position with the betting lead.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy here getting the pot right and flop out. Jack out there for Tillman. He will flop the best hand, fires out a quick bet, and Kiki will go for the check fold.
Yep, that one's a little bit unfortunate when you have the 4s. It's just kind of just hoping to see a 4, and if that doesn't happen, hand over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how those small players play. But, you know, we've all done enough set mining to know that that's the way it goes most of the time.
Yes.
You kind of just expect it. You're like, yeah, I'm going to put this money in there and probably not see it again. But
No.
when you do see that little 4 come out there, you're like, this is the one we've been waiting for.
This is it. And a lot of your session results are heavily skewed towards how many sets did you flop in that session. Because, I mean, a lot of your money you make in live poker is going to be set mining, right? Especially like an ace-3 deuce or an ace-5-7 when you have those pocket 5s and the guy has ace-X. However many times that happens is going to be kind of determine how profitable you are for the day to a large frequency.
Yeah. All right, Preston will make it 30 to go. Scott here lining up a raise. This is a small raise.
6, 7, 8, 9, 4.
2.5x only. So Preston is on a shorter stack, so I actually really like this a lot. Scott recognizing that if he's going to raise, it doesn't need to be the standard 3x sizing because, yeah, this is a very probable outcome that Preston will just jam it in your eye. And if you've got 10-7, you don't need to be committing a ton of chips. So he's going to sort of Hollywood this one a little bit before he folds. I get it. You know, make him think that you're actually having a little bit of a decision. But I also do appreciate it when players are willing to just be like, no, you got me.
Right.
I was 3-betting you light, and it's cool. Like,
Yeah.
move on to the next one.
There's something for balancing your what do I have range at certain spots. But, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're not playing with this guy every single day, all day in, day out, it really doesn't matter that much if they caught you bluffing one time and you got to fold your cards in 0.3 seconds instead of the 25 seconds of pretending you have top pair for some reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I do notice that it's funny, especially in tournaments. It's like against a very specific player type where like they just always think that if you raise, you just have to call a 3-bet because like you're raising.
Right.
By golly, you got to have a good hand over there. And when you just like snap fold to a 3-bet and they look at you like, well,
How's he
what
know?
were you doing? You know, or whatever, you know,
Yeah,
it's like, oh, well, maybe that guy had aces, right? Like, it's just always like just super honed in on the top of the range tree.
Right.
And, you know, whatever. Everybody has a different perception of the game, but to anybody who's played this game enough and recognizes like, yeah, no, you're going to have some 3-bet that you just fold if you get re-raised or whatever. Like
Yeah.
it's fine. You know, you don't have to necessarily just like pretend that you're folding a real big.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And
8, 9, and 1, 4.
on that note, it's also kind of difficult when somebody tries to talk strategy with you at the table, and their strategy they're trying to convey to you is abysmal, and you're trying to kind of balance the like. How do I not let this person know? Like, how do I not speak in robotic terms right now to a person who clearly like doesn't have an advanced knowledge of the game as much as I or somebody else at the table would. So I've been finding that it's difficult as well to just kind of, typically you just kind of agree with what they say and say,
Yeah.
oh, top pair, tough fold there, man. But,
Yeah.
it's a difficult balance, especially, trying to be nice to everybody,
Yeah. My favorite is when people get real riled up and then like have a very strong opinion about it, and yeah, they're just like super wrong.
Right.
And you just like, yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Totally.
yeah. Like
Or whatever.
I don't want to get into conflict and be like, well, actually, my 3-bet range is blah, 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 blah,
Yeah,
blah.
yeah.
Right? But, and just be nice and say, oh, it was a tough hand, man. I didn't think you had something. Or be as vague as humanly possible, right?
Yeah, you can never go wrong with like, oh, it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. That's my general go-to when somebody asks me for advice. Or not advice, but, talks me through a hand and says how they ran so bad. And midway through their hand, I'm like, wow, that was just very poorly played, man. But you don't want to say that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends how close you are with the person as well. too.
Exactly. Yeah, I've got a few friends that. One in particular, Doug, who was in the chat here earlier, rooting for the Jets, who are playing. It's starting here in just about 5 minutes, I think. We've had a fun little back and forth recently about a hand that he played on the live stream last week, and it's just always funny. Yeah, people have a different perspective about what the correct thing to do is and justifications for stuff, and it is fun when you have a good rapport with someone where you'd be like, bro, you played that like shit. Like,
Right,
come
yeah.
on, man. Like, but
And it's also good to recognize when you played a hand like shit too, because I mean, a lot of people, it's hard for them to understand. Like,
Oh, yeah.
or I mean, even some of the really good players in the game make mistakes all the time. I make mistakes all the time. You make mistakes all the time, and that's how you build and get better. Is understanding when you make a mistake and not thinking that every time you do something, you're a genius for doing it.
yeah, but it is always so much more difficult to be able to take a step back and analyze your own play as though that you did make a mistake. Like, our natural inclination is to be like, no, I made that choice because that choice made sense to me, and therefore I'm going to rationalize it as the correct decision. And when we watch someone else and we're objective, it's like, oh, well, clearly I can sort of pick apart the nuances of why that was a bad decision,
Right.
or whatever. But yeah, it's always so much harder to do it for ourselves. But yeah, the sign of a good poker player is someone who's willing to admit mistake, to admit that they didn't make the right decision in a certain instance. Those are the players that are going to be capable of making changes and improving.
Right.
That's for sure.
Completely agree.
All right, the $20 straddle is on.
See if this gets a little bit more action going. We've had a little bit of a single race pot syndrome for the past 5 or 10 minutes here. See if we can get some interesting hands.
8, 9, folds.
Looks like that is not going to happen.
20. 2 calls. 3 calls.
All right, some limping happening over to Preston, who will check his option. And we'll go 3 players to a flop. Very speculative holdings. But from the blinds and the straddle makes sense.
3 bets, 35.
Magic here, flopping top pair. He'll bet and take it down.
All right, let's do a bomb pot.
You see the one big hand we've had was just those aces against queens thus far, and Kiki taking the brunt of that, Scott being the recipient. But besides that, a lot of single raise hands and a couple interesting spots. But hopefully this bomb pot's going to spice things up.
Yeah, $10 PLO bomb pot. I'm not in here. So you're going to school in Northern California, and you've got some card rooms, some casinos and things out there. I know you've mentioned this to me, but you've gotten to play a little bit in some of these games. Pretty high rake and such. They do no bomb pots whatsoever, or it's just like a few and far between, or what?
They do a single board Hold'em bomb pot once every dealer change.
Okay.
And I turned 21 very recently. It was so nice that I got to play here when I was 18. But I kind of just had to sit it out and wait in college and play with my friends up until the 21 time passed in California. But yeah, they're very, very infrequent bomb pots, and when they do happen, it's very boring. I always ask, what kind of bomb pot are we doing? And they look at me like, what do you mean, what kind of bomb pot? There's only one bomb pot, you know?
There's only one kind, the boring one.
Yes, yeah. But some part of me definitely misses the 2-board, 2-card bomb pots, just because I have so much experience in those, and the 4-card, 2-board is so foreign to me.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you have a lot more experience with those now, with these 4-card 2-boards, and you know exactly what's going on in these a lot of times.
Love me some bomb pots these days. Yeah, definitely had some growing pains, some early screw-ups that were quite painful. Every player who has ever played a PLO bomb pot will generally have a similar experience where, yeah, you overplayed bottom set and overplayed your straights or things of that nature, and yep, that can be quite costly.
Yeah.
All right, this board has 5 players still battling it out, as Kiki has flopped the queen high clubs on the top board, but is now losing to the turn 7s full of 5s. Magic just betting a little tickle into the pot, $25. The queen high clubs are just out of the way, so not going to continue. Didn't have much on the bottom board. Kevin here is sticking around with the spade flush draw on bottom. Does brick out, though, as the 7-5 makes the 8 high straight on bottom. And Kevin here with just not probably enough to call a big bet on the end. But let's see here. Magic is going to fire in a pot size bet. 190 to go, and yeah, Kevin's done with it. So nice pickup there for Magic.
Yeah, for my limited knowledge of these bomb pots, it's pretty crucial you have nut combinations or possibilities requiring nut combinations. So I think I can understand a queen high fold there, but the queen high flush draw fold, especially on a paired board when you don't have anything else going on. But just a very tempting price, the 1/10 pot. Yeah,
the biggest thing is, and so many players don't understand this, and I don't really want to alert them if you're in the viewership and I play against you regularly to just walk away. No, but the big thing is just having something on both boards. Like if you have the stone nuts on one board and it's difficult for those nuts to change, like you have the nut flush or top boat or something like that, like obviously folding is a mistake. But if you have something on one board and nothing on another one, you're generally just in a tough spot because you're only fighting for half the pot at that point.
Hoping to chop.
Yeah, and that means that your implied odds are just so much lower that it's really just a tough spot to be in. And then that's why, like, if you flop bottom set or you flop the nut straight, like when you have 2 more streets to come and the nuts are going to change dramatically and you might already be behind, it's like, oh, just let it go.
I feel like that is one of the lessons that people learn a lot in PLO is, one, the nuts change a lot, and if you flop a straight, you're sad, you're not happy.
Yeah, or you should at the very least be quite cautious, not just like potting it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so hand number 32 coming at us. We do have a little bit of a mix-up on our next hand, number 33, but we'll get to that when it occurs.
I'm seeing in the notes right here, I hadn't seen that before, but it said hand 13 is a misread hand. Was that the king-queen hand we saw?
No, that was a note from previous stream.
Oh, okay. Because that one's still very shocking to me. So I was looking for an excuse to find something.
Yeah, right. All right, so we got a raise here from Kevin in the low jack. A couple of quick calls from Tillman and Magic on the button and the small blind, respectively. 3 players to a flop, ace high, 7 and a 6 behind it with clubs. So a little piece for everybody here. Check, check over to Tillman. 3 to a straight, 4 to a flush. That's 75.
Really tough to continue with a middle pair here in a 3-way pot, especially being stuck in the middle. But it does have some backdoor opportunities and a trip straw, so why not?
Yeah, I think the call from Magic is mandatory, even with Kevin still behind. This is a check to a player who is not the original raiser, so
Okay, that's true.
yeah, like their
see
continues
that.
are just going to be so much wider, or their bets on the flop rather.
I agree.
Checks all the way through.
Wow, and it happens. The back door gets there.
Backdoor diamonds come in. Kevin here is sitting on top trips. Tillman bricks out, has 4 to a straight and no showdown value, but Magic is going to get things started after checks through on the turn. He's going to go ahead and fire out with his made hand, 7-high flush. 200 to go. God, if you're Kevin, how do you fold here?
It's one of those spots where your hand is so strong, but realistically, once he bets out that 200, it's a bluff catcher 1, and I mean, it's hard to find a hand that you're beating, really.
And you're playing the 8 and the 7 on board as your kicker, as your 3 is never playing. So you're really only chopping with any other ace if they have a 5 or 3 or 2. You lose to some straights, some flushes, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, but your hand is also just a very strong bluff catcher, as you do block all of the other like big, top trips sort of holdings. Tillman is of course out of the way, and Magic will show down the winner.
Yep. Really tough, like I said, to get away from that ace right there, but just hard to find a bluff 1 for Magic. You can say club draws are going to be in there. Some, I mean, really, that's all I can think of are the missed club draws, betting into 2 people. But I mean, your hand is just so strong; it's really hard to get away from that. And I don't think I would have gotten away from that either.
Yeah, I mean, you could also even just imagine that your opponent had like 8-9.
That's true.
You got 2 aces on board. They river, what is effectively like top 2 pair, and like could just be betting for value, targeting like a 7 or something. A lot of draws missed, and so it's like, I don't know, maybe like value betting an 8 thin there is actually going to be a profitable move, and so yeah, bluff catching with the ace, pretty reasonable play.
Yeah. And you'll see a lot of newer players to the game going for a raise there, thinking I have 3 of the same card, let's pile money in. But realistically, that's just not going to work, and you're going to lose a lot more money than you should a lot of the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a raise with the ace-3 there if the intent and the size was to turn it into a bluff. But that's sort of like a next level move that you'll see, much more experienced players being like, this looks like a value bet. My hand blocks a lot of the value, and yet at the same time isn't probably going to be very good. But what if I bluff with it, right? Like, this is a paired board. There's a lot of stuff out there. They probably don't have aces full. Hit them with the 1.5x over bet, and then all of a sudden, all these like middling flushes shrivel up a lot. So that would have been a sick play, but we didn't get to see it that time.
Yeah, I don't think his hand combination was exactly perfect to do that with, too. I would have liked him over like an 8-9, a 6-9, a 6-10. A lot of the hands that block full houses, I think, are really good hands to kind of turn into bluffs there, which an ace does, but...
yeah, I actually think the ace is a better hand, a better card.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can agree with that, too.
No, the ace no kicker I think is brilliant and especially because he doesn't have diamonds, and he doesn't have clubs, so he doesn't interact with some of the misses that might just be like, F it, like let me just fire out a bet here. Like imagine that Magic was bluffing the queen-5 of clubs, right? That Tillman ended up having, those are just auto folds, and then you've got all the middling flushes and straights, right? That might just like bet 200 and then face this big raise and be like, oh god, I guess I fold.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of player dependency as well there too. Of if you know your player, especially off of depending on stack sizes. If somebody has a flush and they're just never gonna put their cards in the muck once they arrive at a flush. Throwing money away doing that, but if they're capable of making big folds, I like that a lot.
All right, so this was the hand. Sorry, we were sort of rambling during this. This was hand number 33. We did have a misread there. Kevin did not have the top pair queen kicker. Preston shows down the pair of 6s and has the best hand. So, sorry, was going to reiterate the fact that we had a card read error on that one, but got caught up there. So, anyways, Kevin did not lose this pot. By folding the ace-queen face down or whatever, mucking it, he lost the hand because he did not have the top pair.
More than likely a jack or a king was his other card instead of an ace, I would like to imagine.
So you're going to be graduating soon.
Yes.
Got, what you said, 1 quarter left, right?
Yeah, so we have a little bit of a different system at our school. A lot of schools are semesters, and our school's going to be switching a couple years after I get out. So we have 4 quarters, one of those being a summer quarter, so it's essentially a trimester. So yeah, graduating at the end of, basically right before spring break, and then have a job out of North LA. So I get to play a little bit in LA, which I'm excited about. But just in between those, in between spring break and July when I start my job, I'm going to be hanging out in my little small town, deciding what to do with myself.
Cool, man. And do you have like a roommate or somebody you're going to be moving in with? What's life after college look like?
Yeah, so I mean, during college, I've had an array of roommates. One of them just graduated the December quarter, so we had a little bit of a switch. But after college, the job I'm going into is kind of like a rotational program, so it's a lot of people same age as me doing the similar jobs, and they said a lot of the time we haven't ironed this out yet since I haven't met them, but a lot of times the people that I'm going to be working with are the people that they said I'm going to be hopefully living with. So I'm hoping they're all not crazy people because they are my main selection for roommate choice.
Okay, all right.
Because North LA rent is mandatory for roommates.
Yes. Mike here, going to flop top 2, puts in a little C-bet tickle and just takes it down, easy peasy. Yeah, so what's the little town that you're going to be living in?
The one I went to college in is called San Luis Obispo. It's about an hour and a half north of Santa Barbara, maybe 2.5 hours north of LA. And then I'm going to move into Thousand Oaks area, which is about 45 minutes north of LA, just over the hill from all the hubbub, which I like because although it's still kind of, you know, in the big city, quote unquote, it's close to mountains and hills, and I'm a big hiker guy. So I appreciate being in that area more than in the downtown central part of LA, which scares me.
Yeah, that is a very different urban environment. That is for sure. My sister used to live in LA, North Hollywood area for a couple of years back when I was in undergrad. Is that true, or was it? Yeah, I think when I was in undergrad, that's right. And yeah, went out there and visited her a couple of times. Yeah, very wild place. The traffic, the drivers, I mean, just everything around there. The prices, obviously, just through the roof. Taxes, everything. It's kind of a different place to live, that is for sure.
Completely agree. I mean, being in my small town, I mean, I say it's a small town, it's about 50 or 60,000 people, so way different than Austin, but I felt very blessed that I got to live the California lifestyle while being away from all the craziness. So we'll have to see how the next 12 months treats me being in the middle of the craziness. I'm kind of very serene, and you know, it's a very serene lifestyle living away from all the hubbub, so we'll see if I can adjust well or I hate it.
Yeah. Mike here going to flop top and bottom pair. Magic has a gutty and backdoor heart, so he'll make the call when he bets 40. Kevin in there from the straddle is going to release the 6-2 of clubs. Heads up to a turn. The king of clubs. Would have been interesting if Kevin was still in there, but Magic picks up a pair to go with his gut shot. Mike will continue betting for value. Small size here, 65 into 210, so like not quite a quarter pot, but not quite a third either.
Yeah. Hard to think it's ever a bluff, and interesting whether you might want to turn the king 10, king jack, X into a bluff here on the turn and continue on the river, especially for these sizings and against his player type. But or like on a heart turn, a heart river, turning your king of hearts into some sort of bluff here. But against this bet size, I just think it's rarely ever a bluff. It's hard to find even a bluff that they might do. Maybe 7-8 of hearts specifically. But that's about it that I can think of.
Yeah, and Magic does correctly find the fold there.
Tough when you call with a gut shot as well and then pick up a pair. And then they keep betting and you're like, well, my hand's a lot better. Crap, I have more chances. But really hard to think that your king is the best hand there on the turn a lot of the time.
Yeah, but a nice little price there.
Yeah,
so Magic did get to see that river, realize his equity at a price point that was very attractive. So not too bad for him and not too bad for Mike, as he does just pick up the pot there on the end anyways. All right, Sai here. An early position open, ace-8 of diamonds. Not too many playable hands here for Sai so far this evening. So he'll try to make this one work. He's going to get called in several spots, and we'll go 3 players to a flop. Preston in here, trying to work the short stack. He's actually got more black chips there. It looks like he has added on, and we perhaps didn't get that plugged into the system. As it stands, he is going to flop second pair and a gut shot. Side checks his top pair. Tillman here has backdoor spades, and that's about it. So he'll be hard-pressed to continue after Sai makes the call. And here we go. Heads up to a turn. Once again, Preston is playing a deeper stack than 182. Just don't know exactly how deep, as his chips are sort of lurking behind his hands there. It's another 3 on the turn, 3 of spades. And here we go. Checky, checky to a river 7 of hearts. Sai continuing to check. His kicker is pretty marginal, so he'll be happy to take a showdown, and Preston shuts it down on the end.
Yeah, I really like how Sai played that hand. It's very tempting to bet all your aces there on the flop, but especially those marginal aces, you really don't want to blow the pot that much, and kind of you can let your opponent bluff on various flops and turns, and especially on the river, I like to check. Just as a lot of the hands your opponent is betting on the flop contain a lot of flush draws that bricked, and they're going to be inclined to bet, and not a lot of hands that make a lot of sense are going to be small pocket pairs or tinier pairs that would bet the flop. So from Sai's line of thinking, makes a lot of sense, and I really like how he played it.
Yeah, for sure. Nice to have some protection as well when you do check. You're out of position. You get some top pairs that don't just auto bet.
Right. You got to balance a little bit, and every time an ace comes and you check, you can't not have an ace, right? Or else you're very easy to play against.
Yeah. All right, folds Kevin in the small blind. He'll raise it up to King 10-0. Sai will defend from the straddle. A little chuckle between these two players who have battled many times before in the past. Comes queen high here. Lovely little flop for Sai in position. And Kevin checks to him. Sai will continue with the trappiness and check back. Gets one of the worst cards in the deck, ace of hearts. Kevin here with a turned gut shot and a really good card for his range. He'll start betting now. And Sai, I think, will have no options but to continue at least one more street. We'll see how things develop on the river, though. As again, these players do have a lot of experience together. We'll see if Kevin goes for a big size up to try to bluff his opponent off. As a 7 of diamonds rolls off a pretty much the biggest brick in the deck. Problem for Kevin is that he chops with pretty much every ace unless he has exactly ace-king that would go for value. I do think, though, if you have a hand that is completely bricked out and you have a king in your hand, it's actually a pretty good spot to go for the big overbet bluff here. Be like, yeah, man, I'm totally trying to push you off a chop, but actually, like, no, I just have ace-king and I'm trying to tune you up for the max value. Kevin doesn't go for it. Sai is able to just check behind and take it down, and I would have loved to see a little bit more fireworks there, especially between two of the more strong, like, battle-y players at the table.
I was excited to see those two battle.
Yeah, ended with a whimper.
Ended with a whimper, absolutely. Well, it's hard for Kevin to assign what Sai's range is there on the turn bet, too. Sai has a lot of aces that check back the flop and call the turn, and they're just kind of almost refusing to fold. So, like you said, I like the overbet there because kind of regardless of what Sai's hand is, I think an overbet accomplishes a lot, even getting maybe small aces to fold.
Yeah, and he's also just not going to have an ace all the time, right? It's like he can just have the queen, and you can put a queen just in a freaking world of hurt. You can make him fold pretty much every queen with an overbet, and maybe that's something that Kevin just missed out on there a little bit. But you know, you also don't have to go for these spots every time. You know, we sort of talk about them as like in a microcosm, like we're in this hand right now. This seems to make sense. Right. And if you're, you know, if you're playing with a player a lot and you always do the same thing, it can also be a bad thing. So mixing and matching, zigging and zagging is fine too, but definitely would have loved to have seen it. It would have been entertaining.
Yeah, especially against two people that play against each other a lot, right? They kind of have to have some sort of bluffs. I mean, they have to have bluffs in their range, or else they're going to be ridiculously easy to play against. And Kevin and Sai are both well-versed and very good players. So
yeah, but it's also interesting because I wonder if you just like have that dynamic play out with very similar hand textures, hand classes between them. You know, just like run it out 1,000 times. Like how many times is Kevin just going to throw the big bluff in there? You know, it might be pretty low, and it's interesting because even the sort of stronger players that have a little bit more grasp of the game and the intricacies of these spots, like some of the spots are a little bit weird, and you kind of squint at them, and you're like, I don't know if I really want to do this.
I don't feel like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so even the stronger players will sort of shy away from some of these spots.
Yeah.
It's
And I
always
feel like
fun.
a lot of that has to do with, I mean, not a lot, but some portion of it is how is the past week gone for this player? How is the past month gone for this player? How did yesterday go for this player, right? Do they really want to put in the 150% pot bet when they have lost 7 sessions in a row? No.
Yeah.
Right? And then they get called again and they're like, oh my God, I suck. What am I doing?
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, Magic here just like lying in the weeds, waiting for someone to make a hand, and he lies in the weeds for too long as Mike backs into the nut flush here. Not necessarily true that he would have folded to a turn bet, but like, you know, in terms of not being results oriented and thinking more about like building the pot, getting value before the board texture changes, Magic here just waiting a little bit too long, and then it's like, oh, value bet, get raised and call, and oh no, now we lose when we had a hand that was in such a commanding spot. So a little bit too much trick and trap there from Magic. Trying to work some magic, and it goes awry.
Yeah, especially when you have those super strong hands that have a lot of the turn and river can kind of change how strong your hand is. Sometimes you just want to be kind of piling money in, and that's different from a PLO type game when you have to be a little bit more tricky, trappy, and be hesitant about the nuts changing. But in Hold'em, sometimes when you have a strong hand, you just want to bet chips.
Yeah. Indeed. All right, looking at the pre-flop raises there as they just exited screen left. So don't really get to make a comment about it. But Kiki here with a couple of red 10s. He'll raise it to the standard size, 35 over the $10 straddle. No takers.
Jason as well on the right here, I was excited to watch play, but he's just been dealt out, unfortunately. Just hasn't had any playable hands or any interesting spots. But excited to see if he has any interesting spots in the future. Because I do remember playing with him a little bit back in the day as well.
Sorry, who was that?
Jason here on the right.
Oh, yeah.
Beanie.
Yeah, he definitely has not been involved in too many hands here so far. That is for sure. Playing pretty snug. Mostly just folding as he's getting a lot of garbage. Let's see, question here from Negalist1. Where's the gentleman that buys you in for 60%? I don't fully understand what you mean, but then says the game we used to is called All In. You can imagine those games. Okay, so perhaps having a conversation with someone in the chat that I don't understand. Doesn't seem to be a question for us, but don't fully understand what you mean by those questions, buddy. We got a limped pot here into the blinds. Magic says no. Oh, sorry, fold around and one limp, I guess. Sort of confusing how that all worked out. But we're going 3 players to a flop.
Magic here, going to go for the bet with his top pair and probably take it down unless Kiki wants to get experimental with the back doors. But seeing as the session has not gone well for him currently, doesn't really make you want to be doing the backdoor float or the backdoor raise thing. You kind of just want to say, all right, new hand, let me get a hand I can win with.
So some people are definitely the more conservative route. Sounds like you are, and I'm very similar as well. Some people will just really turn it up, though.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm stuck. Time to just float this spot because, I don't know, if I backdoor this flush or straight or something, I might get paid. And I'd really like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's curious how people will play these spots differently. Like, the psyche of individuals and how they approach these different, like, game theory spots is so fantastic.
Yeah.
Actually, like, I took a game theory class in graduate school. I had to do like a minor or whatever, and so I did economics and focused on game theory. And it's so interesting. Like, you can present people with these spots where it's like a perfect like 1-to-1. Like, you just want to flip a coin for, you know, for $50 or whatever, right? And it's like, or slightly skew it a little bit in their favor, and like people will still just be like, no, I don't want to do that.
Right.
You know, like,
especially
you're giving me
if it's more money.
52.48 like
Yeah.
for 100. No, I don't want to. It's too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, the psyche that people bring into the game will affect how they approach it, even when the odds would say, like, no, of course you should do that, like, every time.
Right. And I mean, that applies to poker in like the bankroll management aspect. I mean, if you see somebody at a table and it's kind of inherent that they have 75 bajillion bullets behind, yeah, they're gonna be willing to make the crazy bluff that one time. But if you see somebody and you're pretty positive this is their one bullet, and if you felt them, they're saying goodnight for the evening, right? It's harder for them to pull off the bluff when they should be pulling off that bluff, or make that tough call down.
Yeah. All right, so Cy here rounding out the bottom of the VPIPs down at 18%. Everybody else up and over that. Our highest was almost 50% there. So a couple of players getting in the mix left and right. Speaking of getting in the mix, Mike L here from early position 10-3 off, if we believe that, is raising. And Cy will hit him with the quick 3-bet.
Almost like Mike heard you right there. Let's get frisky with it. And he just snap finds the raise with the 10-3. Tillman with the cold call here with the ace-king. I'm always an opter for the 4-better fold. Struggle to find cold calls, but I'm willing to experiment, but just generally not in my play style.
Yeah, I think, well, certainly with this hand in particular, the ace-king, going to benefit so much from whittling the field down. When you just call, you end up seeing the flop multi-way, and when you can just c-bet a lot of flops in position, heads up, and just win when you whiff, like, that's a big advantage. Whereas now, like, you whiff and you just like, oh, I have backdoors and 2 overs, but like, I kind of just have to like fold, and that sucks.
Yeah.
So I hear flops an up and down straight draw. Sure enough, Tillman does just fold.
Yeah, very hard hand to play multi-way, but heads up, it performs extraordinarily well. So that's why 4-betting it or playing it very aggressively is usually the strategy for at least myself.
So Mike L makes the call with the bottom pair. Does have the best hand. Still with the best hand on the turn 5 of diamonds. He'll check it over. And Cy here. Front door spades out there. Back door diamonds coming in as well. And him sitting on the 2 hearts. This is sort of a standard bet for a sort of reasonable, modest size. And then be prepared to blast the river. Or just shut it down with a check and take your free river card.
He might have been considering just going for a bet check bet line, which at least a couple years ago was considered a very strong line and can represent a lot of top pair min lane kicker stuff. But especially on this 5 river where it's just 1 pair becomes 2 pair.
Wow. Sorry.
Oh, so he has ace-10 here, not 10-3. Okay.
Mike does not have the bottom pair. He's got the ace-10. That makes so much more sense considering the early position open. But he's going to show down the ace-high and win.
Yes, which is even more tilting for Cy. Like, oh my god, could I have just bet 1 time, right?
Yeah.
But that 5 river card is just kind of ruins all of Cy's plans, I think, as all of his pairs, all of Mike's pairs are just going to be calling. And yes, some of his ace-high, king-high draws are going to be calling, which might make you a but tough one for Cy there.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know, I mean, you're going to mix and you're going to match sometimes with how you play these spots, but a lot of players will think to themselves, oh, I have hearts and there's spades and diamonds out there, so like I completely unblock like a ton of the continues. So if I bet again, I'm just going to get called by like all of these flush draws, all of the pairs, all of this stuff. Like it just feels really bad.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, you say to yourself, well, guess what? The river, a lot of the time, like the majority of the time, is not going to be a spade or a diamond.
Right.
And I'm in position. So even if it is a spade or a diamond, if they check the river, like the world is your oyster to bet and to win if you're willing to commit to a bet on the turn and on the river, if you don't improve to the straight that you're going for. So I actually am a big advocate for taking those hands in particular and just triple barreling them. But Cy there, slowing it down. Once you check the turn, that's the biggest part of the whole equation, is once you check the turn, you've really capped yourself, because a queen is never going to check the turn. Never, ever, ever. You can't give a free river to all those draws. And so you've sort of just given it up at that point.
Yeah, you got to sell a very thin value bet on the river, which isn't going to get a fold a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, the ace-10 obviously is going to let it go, but all the other hand classes are going to be like, sorry, bro.
And we got a little bit of a cooler alert here. I mean, there is a flush draw straight. There's a flush and a straight on the board, so won't be a lot going on here.
Kevin just calling, not raising, a little bit concerned about the potential for his opponent to have a superior hand, whether it be flush or better two pair, something of that nature. And yeah, here we go to a river jack of diamonds, check, check. So relatively small pot given the arrangement here, but also understandable with the board texture.
Yeah, I don't think Kevin can raise that turn a lot. I think he's just going to get all worse hands to fold and all better hands to continue to put more money in. So understandable for Kevin, but it is annoying when you see that he has ace king there and you're like, God dang it! If I only I knew he had that exact hand, I could have gotten a little bit more, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but I don't know. One thing that that is always important to keep at the front of our minds too is that the results of a hand don't always correlate exactly with like playing a hand well.
Right.
Like you should lose in certain spots because folding is just the wrong thing. Like paying off your opponent is just something that you should do in order to not be exploited by overfolding in spots where they're bluffing you, for example. And so, you know, that hand was sort of played, what I think, yeah, like what you were saying, is sort of played correctly, even though, yeah, once the hands get turned over, you're like, ah, shit, I should have raised them. It's like, yeah, but like you're just never going to raise there.
Right.
Not unless you have a club. Like if you did happen to have a club in your hand, you could maybe think about it, but even then it's starting to get pretty thin. As you said, like better hands aren't going to fold, and I mean, like you're not trying to bluff, right? Like you're trying to value bet. So like a better hand, you're not really attacking them to try to get them to fold. So you're choosing a size that's going to get called. And then, yeah, the worst hands are going to be like, do I really want to put money in?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the only hand he'd be targeting with a raise there would be like ace king with the king of clubs or ace queen with the queen of clubs, and then he's also out of position on the river, and it's like, all right, I'm betting. Here we go. What do you got? You know.
All right. Top pair second kicker for Magic turns into 3-pair, but that is going to give Mike L the straight, and he's checking. Check calls the flop. Check, check, turn. Brick City Knights here on the end. 4 clubs, the biggest brick in the deck, and Mike will reach for chips and start betting. And he is very likely to get 150 out of his opponent, as I cannot see Magic doing anything other than calling, and he does.
Yeah, that was the turn card of dreams there, but realistically, when you look at the actual hand strength of having 3-pair, it's not as good as it looks sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially when straights come in and there's bluff potential.
Yeah, but missed diamonds, missed hearts, yeah, like, and what you have to think your opponent just hit a gut shot, like, yeah. Very hard to give him credit for that. All right, we're doing what looks to be an emergency bomb pot here, as we usually do one on about 15 past the hour, so we're just gonna mix one in here, you know, why not?
Was that a VPIP stat we just saw, or a different?
It looked to be something like a raise first in, something like that. Didn't get a quick or good look at it, but the numbers were much lower than VPIP.
I saw a 5%er. I'm like, I don't think I have there's a 5% VPIP out here.
No, I think that was RFI.
Okay.
All right, 4 cards each, 2 boards.
I'll let you take over for this one, since I can never figure out what anybody has in these cards until they flip their hands over.
All right, a couple of flops out here. King high, rainbow, ace high, 2 tone.
Checks all the way around. Checks all the way around.
Checks through, free turn card coming. We do see Magic working with middle set on top.
Could be.
Backdoor hearts coming in on the bottom. Kevin here has now the ace high straight, so the Broadway is straight on top, as well as 10 high diamonds on both boards. Pretty good spot for him. The lion's share of the equities, we can see. Scott B here, top set on top. And king high hearts on bottom, so he'll definitely stick around. We can see that he is drawing virtually dead because Kevin has the ace of hearts. Let's see here. What else am I missing? Anyways, we go 5 players to a river. Kevin's Broadway straight still going to be best on top. Tillman here is going to make trip 3s on bottom, which is going to be good if he doesn't fold. However, he's not working with much on top, so going to be a little bit hard pressed to commit extra chips. Preston here also has a 3 no friend. It's an inferior kicker. We just go check, check, check. No, what? Kevin's here is first in the small blind, so the players have not checked. He is going to bet 225, but less than full pot size wager. Tillman's out of there. He won't be winning with that 3. Preston is going to call with his 3. And Scott now.
I'm sorry, 2 and 3 fold.
With just the top set here. Yeah, this sucks. Like, you have nothing on the bottom board. Preemptive cutting up of the chips here from Jeremy in the box as he getting ready to ship these pots. Love it when the dealers are all prepared and ready to go. He's got the chips all lined up and just fire them out to the players. On to the next hand.
It's so many of these hands end up in a shop anyway that it's nice that dealers do that. As it's a big time waster, when, especially the pots. A lot of chips going in, and it takes 45 seconds for them to round them all up. And you're like, all right, we all knew this was going to be a chop anyway, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Scott here really in the blender trying to figure this one out, but 225 and a call in front of you. You just got top set. The board texture was the big. Made the big change on the turn, which is when Kevin started betting out of position. Usually you kind of say, all right, when someone who hasn't already put money in the pot starts leading at the pot, it's probably because that big texture changing card is the board they're playing. That's the top board. That's the board you have top set on. That's the board that you're no longer good on, and you have nothing on the other board. He is going to still pay this one off, put some money in, get these cards turned over, and Scott will find out the bad news that he's the guy getting chopped up.
I think having an ace on the other board is a little bit of a factor as well. Having that top set, thinking if they have the ace-10, you could be in a blue moon shot good on the other board with just one pair if both players happen to have a straight. But having the ace on the other board, I think, might allow me towards the fold there as well.
Yeah, pretty tough spot to think about winning the bottom board ever. But you know, sometimes you know, as we were talking about earlier, sometimes you gotta go through these spots. You kind of gotta suffer through the pain of being like, oh yeah, I guess I shouldn't have called there to you know, make the change for the future. But
Absolutely.
anyways, these spots also are easy for us sitting here watching with the cards all face up as well. So. Got to take everything we say with a grain of salt.
Yep, and that's why these bomb pots are so challenging, right? Because you end up with 3 of the same card, and it's the highest card on a board, and then you lose all your money, and it's like, what? How did that happen? But it's the PLO adjustment, especially in these bomb pots, you got to make, and it takes losing money to learn these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the investment in getting better at the game. All right, so back to 2 cards with the $10 straddle on. Tillman will immediately come in for a raise. Ace Queen suited, beautiful hand.
35, 3, 4, 5 calls. 6 calls, 7 calls, 8 calls.
Also one of those hands that when the pot gets really large, you're kind of like, oh God, what happened?
Yeah.
What?
They call it the parking lot hand for a reason.
Yes.
They still didn't scan for it.
Kiki here, going to scan his cards once again. Going to get that last card scanned in, but it doesn't want to take. So 8 high board, couple of hearts out here, and a 4. One of the best flops you could ever hope for if you're Mike L. Tillman is going to continue for $50 though, and Kiki will release. Mike not going anywhere. Bingo, right on the turn. Top for Tillman, nut flush for Mike. And Tillman's quickly checking it back, recognizing that this is a little bit of a scary card. Doesn't want the pot to get too big with a single paired hand. And bet of 100 on the end. quick call, Mike will ship the pot once again. So Tillman can kind of run over in these spots where it's like, I can't fold, but yeah, you just have it again.
Yep.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, and it's tough to actually find a hand that Mike would be betting there that is worse than Tillman's, but I mean, it's $100 and you have top and you turned it, right? So it's very hard to fold that hand, and it's good that he pot controlled on the turn, or else that pot could have got a lot bigger, especially after betting the turn and then getting raised. We've seen Tillman find a lot of these folds, especially with top type of hands, so
Yeah.
I believe that he would have folded it if he had bet the turn. But good pot control from Tillman there.
Yeah, that is a very important little skill, little tool to have in the box to mitigate damage when you are just wrecked but have a hand that just really can't fold.
Yep.
Is like, don't put yourself like even further in the basement by trying to like bet thin in these spots where then when the pot gets really big and you still feel like, oh, I'm kind of top of range, like, oh, bro, now you're really just going to pay for this. So, yeah, being able to pot control is a very important skill to learn.
Yeah, it's very tough when you go for that thin value bet and then they raise you and you sit there trying to convince yourself like, oh, he knows I'm thin value betting for sure, right? And then you end up calling the raise and it's like, what am I doing? I went from like, I should have checked the turn. This pot could have been 1/10 the size.
Yeah.
And that's when tilt really starts to affect players, including myself.
All right, so 3-bet pot here. Scott bumping it up from the low jack against the early position open from Preston. Preston is going to make the call. He'll play this one out of position. Does find 2 spades on the flop, king high. Just one overcard here for Scott. See if he continues with the c-bet or checks it back.
I found myself with ace high flush draw. I was just kind of thinking ahead to see if Scott would bet this, calling a lot more than raising just because of its showdown potential against even the c-bet. But interesting to see what Preston does here, seeing his stack size is a little bit lower in comparison to the pot size.
Yeah, Preston here will have the sets of 2s, the sets of 6s. No sets of king, whereas Scott will not have the deuces, 6s, will have the king.
Does go for the raise, and especially on a king XX board, Scott has that king a lot of the time. So Preston really just repping 6s, deuces, and the occasional 2-pair, but hard to think he has 2-pair a lot on this board. So if Scott can find this jam here, it'd be very impressive.
2 combinations of king 6 suited do make some sense, but it is an early position open, so yeah, you might not get those full weight.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, with a couple of 9s here facing the check raise, it's going to be a flush draw a decent chunk of the time. Every once in a while, Preston is just going to have like the king queen, and he's like, I'm just on such a small stack size here that the top pair is going to be good enough to get it in. If you have ace king, so be it. But yeah, it's a pretty narrow range that you're up against, and so the 9s here actually, yeah, are giving Scott some pause for thought.
I might use, in these tough spots, use the 9 of spades as my indicator card and saying if I have the 9 of spades, I'll just let it go. But if I don't have the 9 of spades, maybe it's a closer spot and I can actually just get it in here.
Yeah. The other side of that coin, as he does release on the end, is sort of having a plan already in place before you c-bet.
Right.
If I get check raised, what am I going to do, right? And if you don't know, which it kind of seems like Scott didn't quite know and he had to figure it out on the fly, then, you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with sort of reevaluating as you go, because obviously things are always going to change and you can reevaluate, but it's honestly not a terrible spot to be like, all right, if I bet and get check raised because his stack size is so shallow and I'm just going to fold, does it even make sense to bet the 9s?
Right.
Right? Maybe I just check it back, and if he is going to like start bluffing on some turns and stuff, I can just call in position when the pot's relatively small. It's going to be tough for him to get all the money in unless he goes for an overbet somewhere along the line.
Right.
Maybe that makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, those spots are always tricky. And it's tough even for me sometimes to always have a fully developed plan in effect. Like, if I bet and get raised, I'm just going to fold.
and then they do it, and you're like, oh,
You're
what
like,
am I gonna
but
do?
should
Yeah.
I? Yeah, really?
Yeah, yeah. I've been there way too many times where I go for the value bet on the river, and then I say, I'm bet folding this for sure, and then they raise it, and I'm like, well, and then I use
Maybe they have the naked, whatever. Yeah. I was like,
Yeah. No, but I think generally thinking before making an action and then making that action, making the reciprocal action a lot quicker is what I choose to do more than just making an action quickly and then when I get that reciprocal action, tanking for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, that is something that comes with experience. For
Yeah.
Sure. All right, Scott here, way out in front, is facing a bet of 80. And with the 2 jacks on board here, the 8 is a mandatory continue. He's taking his time with this, though.
It's a very, oh, this is the other player. I thought this was Preston, but it's a very similar spot to the spot Preston was in earlier with the 8-7 against the 8s. So maybe he was having a little bit of PTSD, but different player. So Ashley, clearly clear continue on the flop.
Yeah, and this is Kevin getting just a little bit spicy from the cutoff, 7-4 off. These suited double gappers. Going to be mixed in a pretty low frequency, generally speaking. But Kevin just betting the flop here, gets check 2 again. This is a 0 equity bluff. Let's see if he goes for it. There's a favorable turn card, as he is going to have some king 10, some king queen maybe that Steve bets that flop to some degree, hoping to get 2 barrels to fold out all the ace highs of the world, things of that nature, and now have picked up top pair. So fairly reasonable spot to continue betting.
It's a very fine line when you have those 0 equity bluffs, especially when the turn card is favorable for you and you're like, oh man, am I just punting right now? Or am I like, is this good? It's very hard to find out or like know what is good and what is bad, especially when you're like, all right, I have all the kings here, I have all this, and we see it works this time. But in your heart, you're like, oh my God, like it's 0 equity, right? And having those 0 equity bluffs is very scary sometimes, but Kevin pulled it off.
Yeah, you're going to have a bunch of them on paired boards and boards that are just like super low when you've opened from early position, things like that. And yeah, whether or not you want to mix them in to try to be balanced is something that's tricky. But love that he did go for the second barrel there. I think it's mandatory,
Yeah.
Given the configuration. And he keeps the bet small too, because it's like if I have a jack here or a king, like I just want to keep all of your hands in, so I don't need to bet big. It's not like I'm trying to get all the money in here when you're just going to be super capped like a lot of the time. So.
And Scott in that hand just rarely ever has a king there, and it just super favors Kevin. So I think betting there, I agree. It's just mandatory almost, but
yeah, I think the continue actually too is pretty important there for the pair of 8s. Like now you've got a king kicking. Like if your opponent did have a better 8, like that's just gotten erased unless they have ace 8. I'm probably sticking around for a second street there, just because it's really tough for him to have stuff, and the king is such a good card for him. See if he just shuts it down and gives up on the river, but you know, it's pretty understandable to release as well.
Yeah, and that's the fine line in poker, right? Is finding those spots where it's super difficult to make the call, and making those very difficult calls is that's where you make a lot of your money in poker, is finding the calls that other people can't make.
And also just being a challenging opponent to play against. Like you were just talking about, like being in the spot where you have the 0 equity bluff, and it's like really uncomfortable because you're like, oh, usually when I'm bluffing, I like have some sort of gut shot or something to improve my hand. Here I am, just know I have no chance of improving, and that I'm just firing away. Like if you're just a sticky opponent that just doesn't fold, like people are just not going to take those spots anymore against you, and they're not going to win that pot because they're just not going to bet. And so, like, being a tough, sticky opponent is also something to sort of try to build into your persona.
Especially if you can be aware of your sticky persona, right? Because a lot of people have that sticky persona, and then people keep betting, and their sticky persona, they're like, oh, I'll just keep calling, right? But if you're aware of your sticky persona and you say, okay, this guy is just never bluffing me because I've called down 3 streets the last 15 times, so why the hell am I going to do it this time?
Yeah,
right?
So now I am aware that this guy is just probably going for value.
Right.
You have an admirer
I do.
in the chat
Well,
here.
he's very cute as well. Nick Hausman, I miss you as well.
Oh no, we broke the machine, guys.
Nice.
That chop broke.
I was playing a little bit on the online felts a little bit this
let's just put a fake
Christmas
flop
season.
out there.
Really?
And he has told me that I knocked him out of an online tournament a couple days ago, so that gives me a lot of joy that I got to end his day.
Nice. Some friend-on-friend violence.
Friend-on-friend violence, and I didn't even know it was
Yeah.
friend-on-friend violence because
Gotcha.
you can't see somebody when you're playing with them online.
Double straddle
true.
20.
All right, we're just going to run out of straight flush here to get this board and this hand into the path. Every once in a while, do have things just sort of get frozen up, gummed up, and kind of just have to invent a couple of hands and a flop in order to just run things out and get the hand over with. But
Okay, here we go. We got double straddle to 20.
Yeah, I looked there for a second. I saw a straight flush on the board. I was amazed. I didn't know what was happening.
and he had the ace of diamonds in his hand, so what do you know? 2 aces of diamonds.
It was recently, actually. It was the first hand in one of my little college games we play back home, and 2 people got it all in on the first hand, just for first hand bloodbathiness, and the board ran out a royal flush. So that was quite interesting. Yeah, that was very interesting.
That dealer probably didn't wash the deck very well.
We were like, "What? This is the first hand. Come on, what happened? What happened?"
Although I guess like anytime you see that and you're like, oh, what the hell? But it did still have to be a burn and a turn and a burn and a river.
Yeah.
So like the cards couldn't have just been like perfectly just like all in a row. But at the same time, you do kind of squint at that after a first hand when it's a fresh deck. You're like, did somebody just like barely wash this deck?
Well, it's funny you say that because I hosted a little college game for a couple years before I turned 21. I was, wanting to get in there and play some poker, but couldn't do it in my area. So I said, all right, I'll just build the community myself. And we actually had a player that was rigging decks at my game. What? Took about a couple $1,000s off us before we built up the 95% confidence interval for him. Wow. And I was just shocked. I'm like, really, dude? Like, we're playing for a $200 buy-in? Like, I didn't even, fathom it.
Yeah.
But we slowly build up the 95% confidence interval, and it's like, yeah, that top boat against second top boat makes no sense, so you're kicked out, man.
Damn.
Yeah. So
That's wild.
That was a wake-up call, but I'm glad it was for a very low stakes to give me that wake-up call to say, all right.
You got to be careful.
You got to be careful out there,
Damn.
especially in those home games. Be careful, guys. Even for ridiculously low amounts of money, people are willing to roll one over on you.
I mean, honestly, it's pretty impressive to have the skills to be able to do that at any level. But yeah, you're only ever going to be able to do it at a self-dealt game, like a home game. And yeah. Whew.
Yeah, because I'm like, all right, we have 3 decks. You're dealing, I'm dealing, right? Like, we each have a deck, and I have, these are people I've known for a couple years, 3 years, and I'm just having nowhere in the back of my head would I be thinking this guy's going to go to the bathroom and set up aces versus kings 3 times in a row, right?
Wow. That's gnarly.
Yeah. But definitely a wake-up call, and it'll set me up for a better awareness of that in the future.
For sure. All right, this may be another card read issue as Mike is seemingly raising with 4 deuce off, but we saw him do this with the supposed 10-3 off earlier, and it was actually ace-10, so might have another sort of development similar to that this time around.
5 and 6 fold.
Preston getting very frisky on the button there, chasing losses a little bit, hoping to flop a boat.
Yeah, one thing that we end up seeing, though, from time to time is that if one hand is misread, then some of the others get misread, too, because it's like this player's card is actually in that hand, and so then, like, the system gets kind of confused and cards get just mismatched all over the place. The fact that Mike is re-raising to 200 here, he very clearly does not have 4 deuce off here.
Right.
And therefore, I think Preston's hand may not be correct as well.
Makes a lot more sense.
All of this is speculation. We'll try to figure things out as we go, but bear with us on this one, people. As even the craziest, wildest guy going for this small 3-bet or small 4-bet into this many people with 4 deuce off just really doesn't make sense. So I'm going to give credit for a pretty decent hand here from Mike.
Action is correct, though. We do have a 4-way 4-bet pot this hand, which is a little bit ridiculous. And he just bets out 400, so leaning against the 4 deuce very heavily now. But Sai, thinking his hand is actually what it is, in a very tough spot with a top pair marginal kicker against a player that he would think doesn't have a lot of bluffs, especially in this specific position.
Yeah, rainbow flop having the 10 kicker is actually pretty gross for you because, like, yes, your opponent could have some like ace 10 sort of holdings that might go for this every once in a while, but like you're just going to be top pair outkicked a ton.
Yep.
Like you're just getting coolered.
Especially with 2 players behind with a range which might contain a king jack or a pocket jacks or something along those lines, which you don't block the pocket jacks at least. It's a very difficult spot. Very interested to see what Sai does here. I think Mike went for the limp back 4-bet as well. I could be wrong about that.
Mike supposedly had raised from the early position.
Okay.
Sai 3-bet, Magic, Preston call, then Mike goes for the 4-bet.
Okay.
The small 4-bet, though, it was like 20 to 60 and then to 200.
Okay.
All right, so
could be
Sai,
pocket queens in there somewhere.
Sai makes the call. Mike continues betting here on the turn. And yes, Mike has been known to just continue blasting away with things like pocket 10s, pocket queens on boards like this. So
just kind of forcing it a little bit and hoping they give him the pot.
yeah, Sai here is going to release his hand, though, by the turn, even with potentially picking up the gut shot on the end. He's like, no, like, Mike just can't keep hammering away unless he has a better hand than me. I tend to agree, even though the screen shows that to be incorrect. But again, I think that's a pretty strong card read error issue.
Yeah, and we see this a lot, more reflected on river bets especially, but I've had this be a very good indicator for me. I saw Mike lead out very quickly for that large bet size, and especially on river bets, when the board dynamic changes and somebody bets out a large size very quickly, usually I kind of lean that towards a more of a bluffing indicator, just because they didn't really, there's not like that thought process of, oh, I have a good hand, crap, I should bet now. It's, that's scary, bet. Right, so this not the best example for that, but say a flush draw or some sort of 4-liner came in on the river and he decides to bet out very quickly, I would just sort of lean that more towards a bluff.
Yeah, no, I've definitely used that that pickup, that read, I should say, in multiple instances before as well.
Yeah, it's more of like when there's a front door flush draw and that front door flush draw comes on the river and they decide to either lead large or do some sort of check raise thing very, very quickly. The lead large would be more of an indicator than the check raise quickly.
Exactly. All right, raise to 35. A call, then Jason here from the big blind, who has not been involved too much, is going to squeeze it up. 155 to go. Good chunky size here, facing a cutoff open and small blind call, so good sizing there. Is going to get looked up by Preston, who will play in position with the Jack-8 suited, and Kiki, who had tried to sort of sneak into this pot with 7-6-0, is going to get out of the way now. So Jason first to act with the betting lead. Comes ace high. He's still best, though, and here's the real test of your mettle to see if you c-bet these sort of scary-looking flops, and he does for a small sizing, 100 into 350. We'll quickly get the job done. And yeah, Jack-8 of clubs, one of those hands that is just instantly hitting them up.
Yeah, no hope for any improvement there. And it looks like Jason's probably just going for a 100% c-bet on that board if he is including the nines.
Yeah, which you kind of are incentivized to do.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good board for you.
Yeah. We did see Sai on pretty much that exact same board choose to check back the ace-8, which is an interesting note. But those hands definitely interact a lot differently with the board. Nines just want to kind of end the hand, and ace-8 kind of wants to play a little bit of turn and river spots, hoping for some bluffs.
Yeah, and Sai was in a 4-way pot out of position versus heads-up pot cutoff versus big blind. Yeah. Yeah, and these are the nuances, too, that like a lot of players don't understand. Like I've had conversations with people where they use one hand to sort of justify the play in another hand. It's like, okay, like you're putting some of the pieces together here. You're recognizing some of the similarities, but you have to be very careful about assigning too much value to like, well, this play in this instance was correct, so it should just port over 1-to-1 to this other. And it's like, you can make a lot of mistakes doing it that way, especially when it comes to multi-way versus heads-up pots. Like dramatically different play styles in those two orientations. Later on, Will, take care. Happy holidays to you, and be safe out there. Raina, thank you so much for those kind words. I'm having a good time as well. So it's been a pleasure seeing you back here in town. Ran into you randomly.
Yes.
Playing a poker tournament over the last weekend, and so it was good to see you back, and happy to have you here joining me in the booth this evening.
Yeah, might have been my best run good ever is firing one poker tournament across the holidays and you randomly getting seated at my table. So I get to actually make fun of somebody at the table, which was great because I don't get to do that against random people.
Well, you can. You just might not get the best response.
Absolutely, absolutely. You have I choose to have a little bit of rapport with somebody when I make fun of them.
Yeah.
Doing it against random people is a good way to get punched in the face.
All right, Scott here opening from the hijack. Cy will 3-bet from the straddle with a couple of 10s. And with 2 3s here, you're going to just continue and see a flop in position all the time. And Scott agrees. 250 in the middle. Cy going to be first active with the betting lead. And very similar dynamic to what we had last time, although this is a slightly more middle position open instead of late position open facing the 3-bet. But Cy here very likely to continue for a small size.
Yeah, assumably going to go small bet fold here. Small-ish bet fold.
Yeah, 40% size. Really scary here for Scott. You're always going to see like 3 overcards, but you know, it's similar to what we were talking about before. It's like you set mine, you miss, you fold. Like it just always happens.
Yeah.
Now, if it's like 4 5 6 or 4 5 7, like obviously a fold becomes a lot less attractive as a standard play, but you're just going to be doing a ton of that. All right, as we get a dealer change here, we see Magic and Cy both stuck a Taco Bell money, so they are not going to get dinner after this, but everybody else either up bigger or down more than that. We do get Jesse into the box, and we usually do a dealer change bomb pot when this happens, so we'll see if we get that lined up. And sure enough, the 10s are coming out. So now that you're 21, first of all, I want to know this. What did you do for your 21st birthday?
It was over the summer, and I went to go get drunk. That was my whole plan. Unfortunately, with having summer birthdays, as people love summer birthdays now, especially in the school atmosphere, I stayed in California, and there's nobody in town, nothing to do. So I'm like, all right, I got 3 people in town, me, you. We're gonna go get drunk somewhere.
Okay.
So, hard to have like a whole party event for it when there's nobody in town.
Sure.
But yes, just went to go to a bar. Yeah, there's in our small town. I don't know how they do it across the country, but they have something called a bar crawl. I don't know if that's
sure.
Yeah, so bar crawl. So basically, we'll go to 5 or 6 different bars, and since it's a college town, they all have specialty drinks for the 21 people. So you go have a specialty drink at each bar, and then you get drunk, and then that's it.
Excellent. Well, how did you hold up? Did somebody need to hold your hair back at the end of the night?
No, I will have to say that throughout freshman year, there was a little bit of the holding back of the hair, I mean, in metaphoric stages. But ever since then, I limit myself pretty well. I kind of know my limit past that, especially, quote unquote, being a more senior alcoholic endeavor. Now that I've been doing it for at least, so I know my limits and I don't go too far. But I do have friends that once you can see the kind of thing fade in their eyes, it's like, oh crap, we got to get him home or else he's gonna drink the whole bar, you know?
Yeah. That's pretty funny. Well, I'm glad you are now a full-fledged adult, and yeah. First thing, well, not first thing, but one of the first things we did at the tournament the other night was to share a beer.
Yes.
So it was very, very fun
thanks again for that beer.
Participate.
Yeah, it was. I remember back in the day, we'd have a couple drinking games or some shots being partaken, and I'd be sitting there like, all right, guys, have fun, right? Like I can't do any of this yet. I can sit here and play cards with you, but I can't drink with you.
Yeah.
So it's nice to be able to partake whenever I want.
Yeah. It sounds like your 21st night was relatively tame.
Relatively tame.
I will say that mine was not.
Not?
No, that is a night that I will never remember, but will never forget as well.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's very funny. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if it has something to do with the whole like poker and the analytics and the things I like to do, but I seem to just lean towards the tame side of whatever I do, you know, and to never get too far out of line, which serves me well, but some part of me wishes, yeah, come on, do some crazy crap once in a while, right? Just never seem to do it.
Yeah, well, you know, there's time.
There's a
is
time and place.
All right, so Kevin here has 2 pair and the nut flush draw on bottom. Top pair, not a whole lot else working on top, but a little something, something. Tillman here, set of 7s on top is out in front, and Preston here will put the rest of the chips in pretty far behind. He's got the queen high diamond draw on bottom with 1 pair. He's also got top 2 on top with a gut shot to a straight, but he is in real bad shape and doesn't quite know it. At this point is all in for 625. Kevin now, again, mostly just playing that bottom board. He's got pretty good equity down there, but doesn't have much on top, and no redraw to a strong hand other than maybe like top 2 or something, top trips. So also just a little bit of a tricky spot to be in. Does still have Tillman behind, who made the call of the initial 125 as well.
Goes for the re-rip. Wow.
All right, Kevin here is hoping that, yes, if he can just get Tillman out of there, he's actually got a pretty decent chance at getting half the pot at least. As we can see, that is indeed true. So the top 2 for Preston is going to hold up, as the set of 7s was forced out of there by Kevin. So Preston would have gone down to the felt, but instead is going to be rewarded with half the pot. As Kevin does hold with the 2 pair on bottom.
Very nice that that hand didn't end in a 3-way show your cards for Preston there, as if it did, he would have lost all the chips. But Kevin cleaned up some equity there and just said, my hand's good enough, let's see what we got. And it worked out very well for Preston.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the aspects of the bomb pots that are really tricky for people to recognize, and Kevin doing a very good job there of recognizing, like, wait, if I call, then Tillman calls, but like Tillman probably has me beat on at least one of these boards, and I don't really want to then have to try to beat Preston, who's all in. On the other board, whatever board it is that I might have a chance of winning. It's like, what if I just push Tillman out of here? That's a really, really sharp move. Gets the job done.
And that's the intricacy of those PLO bomb pots that I don't have, and you from playing all these have that to be able to re-rip, which makes a lot of sense, right? You want to clean out that equity and say, I want to have a board and not possibly lose both, depending on whatever the river card is.
Yeah. Tricky to navigate, that is for sure. The bomb pots are something that I don't think anyone will ever have fully solved.
Yeah.
Preston here going to limp a couple of black sailboats up front. Jason will raise it up to 50. Tillman's going to try to sneak into this one and should be able to, as Preston has no back raising intentions. He'll make the call, and 3 players are going to go to a flop. A little bit of something there for 2 of these players. Second pair top kicker for Jason. Heart flush draw for Tillman. Preston is just sort of happy enough to see a free turn card, although does not do anything to improve the strength of his hand, nor anyone else's. Jason does pick up with a gut shot, I suppose, to go along with what is already the best hand. Checks to him a second time, and a little bit curious to bet now, as there is like plenty of, you know, just random queens of the world out there that you just sort of value owning yourself. But Tillman does go for the check call and checks the river. I'd be very surprised if Jason bets here.
I think what Jason's thinking here is that he was choosing his hand as a bluff on the turn, right? I don't know. I can't quite explain what his bluff would be. Maybe he's just trying to get pure diamonds or pure hearts to call, which is exactly what happened. But on the river, I think he paused a little bit there saying, oh, wait, I think I have showdown value now, and if he has a queen, then I look like a moron. But if he doesn't, then I can get the pot.
Yeah. Yeah, one of those spots, like, if you bet and get raised, like, you really hate your life, but you've now picked up the gut shot, so it's like you kind of have to call. So it's one of those things we were talking about earlier, where having a plan of what happens if you get check raised is very important. Like, I'm not sure what Jason would have done there, but one of those spots where so often in this game it's about equity realization, and if you have a hand that, like, yeah, maybe you could bet, maybe you couldn't, like, it's pretty thin or whatever. It's like, but if you bet and get raised, you really aren't going to want to fold, and at the same time aren't going to want to call. Like, those ones, you just almost always just knuckle back. You're just like, we're not going to go down this road. Like, I'm not going to put myself in a position where I have to make that decision. I'm just going to check. And, like, then the rivers become super easy because my hand either just has, like, bluff catching prospects if they bet, or maybe even could bet for value depending on what comes. But, like, there's a 0 chance that I have to face this uncomfortable sort of spot. You know, Jason still takes the pot down, and everything works out just hunky-dory. But
Yeah, and it's those spots where I feel like you are kind of confused as to what your opponent may have, and you are unsure of what your opponent's range kind of is that those are the hands you kind of need to reevaluate and say, if I don't know what's happening on the river, I must have made some sort of mistake in this hand, right?
Yeah.
Interesting hand here we see from side 3-betting to a large size but appropriate size out of the small blind here, and likely see a big pot with Kevin almost certainly calling. Well, maybe not anymore, as double flatting. Not something that I see Kevin doing a lot, but specifically with a hand as strong as 9s, maybe a hand he wants to throw in there.
yeah, it's sort of unusual to double flat, and so yeah, I actually find myself doing this sometimes as well. It's like when I do have a hand that I'm going to 3-bet at a high frequency, but opt for the low frequency flat, and then the big squeeze does come, it's like, well, I've already gone down this low frequency route, like, I'm just going to let it go.
Yeah.
I've got 9s, I've got ace queen, where I just flat the early position open or something.
Yep.
I'm just folding, like, because I'm in such a narrow space already that if I do call, I'm just, like, in my mind, my hand is face up, and playing against someone who understands the game like Sai, it is face up. It's either just a middling pair, a middling suited connector, or like a big offsuited ace. Like, and when it's that narrow, it's just like super easy to play against.
Yep.
Like, yes, you've got some decent board coverage, and yes, like, you've got plenty of playability because you're in position, but like, it just sucks. Like, I'm totally fine with Kevin just like calling the 9s and then folding them.
Yeah.
Like, even though it looks to us like, I don't know, you probably shouldn't do that, but
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
I tend to almost never do any double flatting because of the exact reasons you said, against especially skilled players like Sai. Your hand is just essentially face up.
Wow, raised to 60 from Kiki. Kevin getting tricky trappy, just flatting the ace-king here. This invites Preston in from the straddle, and we're going to go 3 players to a flop here. Kevin just lying in the weeds. He flops top pair, top kicker with backdoor clubs. I mean, he just has a commanding lead here. Gut shot for Preston, just about the only thing he's working with. Kiki is about dead. Checks to Kevin, and yeah, I mean, why not?
Yep. Seen Preston call with a couple gut shots today. Unsurprising that he does it again. Kind of rooting for a 7 here.
Yeah, I mean,
hit one of them eventually.
a little bit. I mean, Preston here, stack to pot ratio getting under 2. It's a tough spot to go, you know, sort of hunting around with these low equity continues, but there's always a world within which Kevin was just like, oh, like, I just flatted pre, checks to me, I'll take a stab on this king high board and then give up on the turn, and Preston could bet some rivers, but not going to be given the opportunity here, as Kevin will continue betting 150 now. Small size, though. Preston may feel like he's got some fold equity. He does indeed. He'll ship it in there, and Kevin is actually going to get a count before he calls. I mean, that's always good. You should know what you're about to make the call, but Kevin did not trap this hand free to go folding now.
Yeah. Tough for, I mean, I think Preston's image is, if he puts his chips in, he currently has it right now. So Kevin, I think, is actually considering making a laydown here. Do I think he's going to do it? No. Just as all the flush draws come in. 7-5 does come in, a lot of 2 pairs. I say a lot, a couple 2 pairs come in, but it just, Kevin's at his top of range. It's not that much. There's not any stack size behind. I think it's a pretty clear call.
9, 7 of spades, 10, 9 of spades. I mean, there's multiple combinations of combo draws that have picked up equity that you're ahead of. Yeah, I don't see. And so here's the main thing. As Kevin continues to think about this, we'll just sort of ramble on. When you under rep a hand and then find yourself in a spot where you're under a lot of pressure, like you just kind of have to go with it because you already took the line of under repping your hand. Let's see if Preston can find a 7. He does not. Runs out spades on board, but Kevin will show the ace king, and Preston is going to be like, wait, what? You just called with that pre? Damn it. That sucks, and it does suck for Preston as he goes down to the felt. Kevin here taking his time to make that call there. Preston probably thinking he had a much more marginal hand than what he ended up showing down. Maybe like more like a king jack, a king 10, something that really had to think about it, but
Yeah.
you know, being aware of everything that's going on, understanding the situation, you always want to do that. So I don't think it's a slow roll, just trying to evaluate everything.
Yeah. No, it's especially in those spots too when you have the exact top of your range. It's just, I mean, not necessarily the exact top. I guess aces would be the top, but or he just cold called pre, so maybe not even that. But I mean, it's just a spot where he has to put his money in, and I think it's especially tilting for Preston seeing that hand and saying, "Oh, come on, man!" Like when you think, you know, when he's tanking for a bit, you're like, "All right, I got a chance." You know, this is it. And then he throws over the ace king, and you're like, "What the hell? Are you kidding me? Like, what? What are you doing?" You know?
Yeah, dude, I can't tell you how many times that's happened in a tournament. Some like 75-year-old man is just sitting there tanking it out as I'm all in and like thinking I'm gonna get this one through, or I've got a like middling value hand. And I'm like, oh, we gonna get him. We gonna get him. He's gonna call. This is gonna be great. And like, sure enough, I like turn over my ace jack confidently on an ace high board, and he just got ace queen. And I'm like, what were you waiting for? Like, you thought that you were gonna fold this hand? And then they invariably say, well, you could have had ace king.
Right,
and you're like,
right.
God damn it, man! Like, just think I actually have that in fold, please.
Yeah, I had a very similar hand recently where I took 10s for 3 streets of value on a completely undercard board, thinking they have top pair a lot, like an ace 9 or some sort of 9x. And I'm sitting there thinking when I have all my chips in and he's like 40 seconds into his time bank or something, I'm like, he could have jacks, he could have jacks. This is okay. He could have jacks, and then he calls, and he has jacks. And I'm like, all right, fine. Right. But I'm like, really? Of course he has jacks. Dang it.
Yeah, they just got to. Gotta have it. Yeah, pretty annoying.
Speaking of jacks, Jason picks up jacks.
Hey, we spoke it into existence.
Yeah. Sai goes for a call here. I think this is a mixed spot as well, especially. But I like his call. Seeing as Jason having a very tight image and raising from fairly early position, I think mixing and choosing a call here is very appropriate. Hallelujah for Jason here. This is the dream of dream flops. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a lot unless Sai goes for a ridiculous backdoor check raise thing, which I don't think he will. Does not. But if you have jacks there, that's like your dream flop, right? That's your dream flop. You're praying to God they have ace X, ace anything, please.
Yeah, definitely. Gabriel here in the chat says, happened to me in attorney too. Some old man coffee tank calling pocket 10s for 10 big blinds pre. Yeah, dude. Oh my God, those spots. You're like, I'm already jamming wide. I'm just hoping that you fold because I have ace 7. Like, please, you know, like be tanking with king 9 and just find the fold button. And then they do call and they show you 10s. You're like, what the fuck game are we playing? Like, are we playing the same game?
Clearly not, right?
Clearly not. Clearly not. Like,
Gabe, also a member of my poker game back home, so
Nice.
it sucks to hear him have that run bad, but very good player out of the San Diego area.
oh man. Yeah, it is really funny. And oh God, the worst is like you're sitting here like sweating like a bubble. Like a bubble is looming. There's like 3 players off of like getting into the money or something. And someone jams a short stack and the guy in the big blind is sitting there hemming and hawing. You're like, dude, it's 4.5 big blind. Call with any 2 cards.
Please.
And then they like fold an ace face up. You're like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yep.
Call that, man.
That's very funny.
Oh, it's so tilting.
And I haven't had a lot of those tournament experiences being just getting into the 21 sphere. So I'm excited to kind of jump into that and being as like, you know, playing at TCH Live has been a majority of my poker experience. So I'm excited to have the opportunity to play a lot of the tournaments around the LA and possibly the Vegas area in the coming years as well.
Dude, heck yeah. Well, we'll have to plan out, you know, like a little series or something where we go and play some tournaments together.
Absolutely.
I'll come out to California. I know there's a number of WSOP stops, WPT stops.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you're going to have to rebuild your bankroll after just sort of bleeding it out over the college semesters. But, yeah, there's some tremendous tournaments out there for sure.
Yeah.
Mike here trying to swipe his neighbor's card, getting a little bit too excited. Jesse's like, listen, bro, that's your card. And Mike's like, damn it, these ones suck. I wanted one of those.
Reminds me of a hand. Two players switched cards just for funs. It was at one of my home games. They'd switch cards, and the player got aces beginning to switch cards, and the other player got some other good hand and got stacked. And that was very tilting. I was like, why did we switch cards again? What happened?
Yeah, guess we shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
All right, 3 players here are going to see a flop, a couple of suited hands, and pocket sevens for Cy, flopping middle set. Preston with top pair, no kicker, does have backdoor opportunities. Tillman only backdoor opportunities that will probably not be inspiring enough for him to continue. But let's see here. Check to Preston. He's going to bet 250.
Interesting spot for Cy here, whether he wants to choose to raise or just call. He does choose to just call, it looks like. Being out of position, it's tough to have really any bluffs on this board, but against this type of player type who has been losing for a majority of the session and just most likely has that ace, interesting spot whether you want to check or whether you want to raise the flop, seeing as it's going to go check a lot on the turn or not.
Preston's still thinking about betting here. His hand is just like screaming, can we get to showdown, please, with no more money in the middle. Does check back, and yes, that does show a little bit of weakness, which is not great in a lot of situations, but stack to pot ratio at 1. Building this pot any further is just not great.
Yeah.
Thought Side checked there for a second, but it's just an aggressive chip shuffle. I think he's going to jam this.
I agree. And that's why I think he did lean towards the call on the flop as well, is the stack to pot ratio kind of sets it up to where if he does check back turn, it's only a pot size bet or a little bit less that he has to bet on the river to get all the money in. So I think if they were deeper, he might have chosen to raise the flop. But seeing as it's just a 1 SPR bet on the river, I like the call on the flop.
Yeah.
And he doesn't go for all in, he goes for smaller.
Yeah, trying to get called by sort of exactly what Preston is on here.
Yeah.
Ace, not a convincing kicker, but a little bit of an odd choice as Preston was the pre-flop aggressor. So Preston's going to have all of the best aces here.
Yeah.
Perhaps I sort of settling on a middle ground here when he checks back the turn. It's like your ace king or ace queen are never going to slow down, so you must have something like ace jack, ace 10, or even worse. So maybe it really does make sense to bet small and hope that an ace jack sort of side calls ace 10. But regardless of the small size, now it just looks super value-y. Is going to get it paid off, though, so Cy here perhaps just getting the max, honestly. If he goes all in there, Preston probably does not put any extra chips in there. So really well played by Cy.
I really like that thought process when you said that ace king, ace queen are likely going to be betting the turn for Preston. So Cy can assign Preston's range as either nothing or super low aces, right? And those super low aces aren't going to want to pay off their entire stack, especially being down a considerable amount. Putting all their chips in, sometimes they're just not going to want to put all their chips in. They're going to put, but if you bet a little bit less or some portion that isn't all of their chips, they're going to want to pay that off a little bit more.
Yeah, the tricky part here, of course, is like, are you balancing this correctly? Like, are you ever bluffing for 375? And, and what is just so true so often in this game is that like balance doesn't matter in certain spots, and this I think is one of them. Like, you know, you're not going to bluff for 375. You're just not going to do it.
Right.
If you're going to bluff, you're going to go all in, but you're just not going to have very many bluffs. And so if you don't have very many bluffs, then like
Kind of have to bet smaller. Yeah.
well, yeah, you're just gonna be so heavily weighted towards value that it's like, yeah, I just am gonna bet to try to get called.
Yeah,
just
and it
so
might be a
often.
function of like if you were playing against, say, a Kevin or somebody who he battles with a lot of the time, maybe he does go for that pot size bet, saying, I do have some bluffs here, but against somebody that he isn't battling with on a consistent basis, you're right that no need to really balance there, and just acquiring chips from what almost certainly is a small ways that's going to pay you off is the most prudent.
Kiki flopping top set here. Mike does continue to an 8 of clubs on the turn. What we can see is that he's got a 10 of diamonds, perhaps. Again, we sometimes have card read issues over there on that end of the table. Kiki just making the call here when Mike leads out for 100. That, to me, is a bit of a mistake, as the front door spades are just setting like a super cheap price.
And
And now we're
checks
just
back. Wow.
yeah, we're just checking down. So king of spades, 10 of diamonds here for Mike L. We showed the king. Oh, so no, it's not pocket kings. It was king jack for Kiki. So
Makes a lot more sense.
all kinds of cards in the wrong spots here once again. So all of this makes so much more sense now that we get to see the cards.
Yeah, if he had pocket kings there, you got to think you got to pile in money on that turn, thinking a lot of Mike's range is going to be flush draws, lower 2 pairs, lower sets, and stuff that's going to want to continue for a large bet. But having just a weak king there makes a lot of sense to just call down 2 streets and check it back.
Yeah, so pipping Mike with the jack. Taking that one down. Kiki moving back in the positive direction here a little bit, which will feel nice. He's taking some big hits this evening. Sai here is straddling. Tillman is limping, as is Magic.
See Jack in the chat, another player from back home, mentioning the old value bet bluff. One of my favorite plays.
Oh, yeah, that one's always a good one. You never know when you're making it, but well, you find out sometime. Oh, that's right. I was value bet bluffing.
It's always very funny when somebody bets their hand, which they think is good, and then they get called and say, oh, you have to be good, right? And it's like, well, then why are we betting, right?
Oh, my God, yeah.
And then, of course, you inevitably show a worse hand, and they're like, oh, I thought I was behind. It's like, what?
Why are you betting that hand?
Right. Sick value.
Yeah. All right, Kevin here is going to go for some sick value of his own. He's got the top pair 10 kicker. Tillman with second pair will make the call on Magic. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Why not? Peel off turn 6 of clubs does nothing for anybody. But Magic is reaching for chips, checks to him, and he's like, I guess I bet. Hope to win.
Yeah. Would have preferred that 6 to be a spade for this turn barrel to be to my liking, but if it works then.
Or at least like a 9.
Yeah,
You know, like
yeah,
just
something.
have something. He's got one overcard, which one overcard is at least, a 3-outer to a top pair. Obviously, we can see that Tillman would improve to a much stronger hand, but at least there's, there is something there. It's not a complete zero equity bluff,
Right.
but it's pretty close to it. Does get called by Kevin with the top pair. 8 of spades rolls off, and Kevin here now blocking the straights of the world, but has a hand that is just very comfortable going for a check and a call. See if Magic does fire at this again.
Looks like that's a yes.
Bet flop, bet turn. He is going to bet river, and with 250 in there, it looks like nearly full pot size wager incoming.
Tough spot for Kevin here. I think it's probably going to lean towards a call, but Magic's story of betting pot on the river is a little confusing to me. He's kind of repping 2 pair or better. I think a lot of those 1 pair hands kind of expire from his range, especially on this river card. Betting specifically pot, but whether he's balanced in these pot size bets, who knows? And I've never played with the player before, but I'm pretty sure that Kevin is going to find a call here and win the hand in about 20 to 30 seconds.
I would generally agree with you, and I do think that I'm more like 50-50 here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is that Kevin has shown a propensity to fold to some of the tighter players on these triple barrel lines, just because it is
Sleep or what?
kind of tough to give him credit for a bluff by the time that the triple barrel hits the felt. So, yeah, I would have liked to have seen the call. Obviously, I think it was the right play
Yeah.
given the cards that were out there. Also, just the small flop sizing, the relatively small turn sizing, and then the full pot on the end.
Right.
I'd give it a lot more credit for a top pair better kicker. Plus, you know, if it was small bet flop, big bet turn, big bet river. But the relatively small bet on the turn, to me, doesn't scream like, I've got a big value hand.
Right. Yeah.
All right, stand-up game incoming, $20 a player. Anybody who is unfamiliar with the stand-up game, the players all stand up. If you win a hand, you get to sit down. The last player standing who has not won a hand will be on the hook to pay out everybody at the table $20. And so there's a pretty strong incentive to play hands, win a hand, get to sit down before you're the last man standing.
Yeah, stand-up game is originally an Austin game, which we hold very near and dear, and it's kind of no, incorrect.
We don't actually get to claim that it is
Okay,
a local game. It has been made popular here in Austin by being, you know, pretty standard fare on some of the local live stream games, but it has been imported.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know where it originally started? I thought it was Austin.
Where it originally started is really not for me to know, but the gentleman that introduced it to Austin brought it in from Maryland Live, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, so they used to play out in Maryland, is my understanding. There may be someone out there who knows that is that I am making an incorrect statement, but I think that's right. I think it's Jeremy who brought that over from his time out in Maryland. But yeah,
Well, stand-up game, a very fun game. I've played it a couple times now
Yes.
too, and it's you hear that, you know, the stand. It's for 5 big blinds ish that one player has to pay to every other player, and you think, oh, that's not that much. It's not going to be that crazy, but just the effects that somebody not wanting to be standing anymore has on a player's chi or what that like everything goes haywire as soon as this starts, and it intuitively makes little sense why it's happening, other than like people just want to sit down, right? So
well, yeah, it's a game within a game, and so every time you have a game inside of a game, it just can have these, like, wildly chaotic influences. Wow, Jason here just flopping the goods. He's already sat down, the only player to do so far, and he has just flopped his opponent's virtually dead. Preston here does have a pair, so he may think about continuing.
And part of that is Jason has already been able to sit down, right? So once a player is sat down, you can almost like export some of the bluffs from their range once they've sat down, right? And when a player is standing, you're like, oh my god, this guy has to be bluffing, right? There's no way. But if it's the first person to sit down, you're like, you got the nuts. Come on, are you kidding me? Right?
Yeah, yeah. You don't have nearly as much incentive to battle against them because they aren't going to be playing as wide as you are incentivized to. Versus, like, my favorite thing is when it comes down to the final 2 people standing and they're playing in a hand against each other, heads up. You're like, yes! Like, this is going to be epic because they both have this, like, leveling war thing going on.
Right.
Like, if I can just bluff you out of here, then I'll get to sit down. You'll have to pay me the extra ante and everybody else. Like, oh, it's so great.
Jack in the chat saying standing up increases your range by 20%. So for Jack, that means going from 60 to like 80%. But stand-up game is very fun, and I'm loving that all these games within games are appearing within the poker landscape, because sometimes 2-blind poker can get a little bit monotonous at times.
All right, 5 ways to a flop. A couple of 8s and a 3 out there. Mike flopping 2 pair, but he is behind the pocket pair of magic. So checks all the way to Mike L. He'll bet his hand, which is sort of reasonable. Kevin, though, has the heart flush and the 2 overcards. Heart flush draw and the 2 overcards. So he'll make the call, as does Magic. 3 ways to a turn. King now. Top pair for Kevin. He'll continue checking, allow Mike to blast away with any of his bluffs.
Looks like Mike really wants to sit down. Kevin, I'm not going to let that happen.
You want to put your juice in the fridge?
Yeah, Kevin calling for a second time ought to give Mike a little bit of pause, especially now another overcard to the board. Checky. Kevin will turn over the winner, and he gets to take a seat. given the runouts that he wanted to see, the ace of spades was not one of them. So had Mike queued up a big wager there on the end, might have sent Kevin into the tank a little bit. Would have been interesting to see how he responded to that. But with the little bit of showdown that Mike had, he just decided to take it.
Yeah, Kevin did have a king high flush draw, but could have had a king high flush draw or a jack high flush draw, something like that. So
He comes back and does
showdown
the
there
grid
works.
terms we voted
But
on.
betting there kind of tells a story that keeps changing every street. So when that happens, it's usually I lean towards not believing any of the stories.
Yeah, like, I mean, he could just have an 8, right? He's
Yeah.
just going to go bet, bet, bet,
Right.
and that would suck. But,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, it's kind of tough to have one. Kiki here, 8, 7 of diamonds. He'll raise this up. And Sai waking up with the ladies. 3 bets to 100.
For any newer players in the chat, make sure you're in notes and that you're
Yeah,
betting
it's- he's
100
walking
for
his
that
dog
one
right
chip thing. We'll treat it as a call side. For sure, I've did notes that, but just make sure you're doing that.
Check.
Especially when I was newer to poker, been caught doing that at the casino a lot of the time. So throw in one chip and they say call. And I'm like, oh, crap, what?
All right, Kiki here with a very strong hand given the flop texture, and now the turn giving him additional equity as well. Check calls 100 on the flop. Checks again on the turn. Sai happy to check behind, keep the pot manageable. Can he get there? He can. Kiki rivers the 10 high straight. And now going to lead out. This is all fine and dandy as Sai did check the turn. It's about a 250 and Sai cannot fold. There are way too many bluff candidates out there, way too many inferior hands that are trying to get him to fold. Does make the call, and Kiki gets to drag the pot, sit down, and move further back towards profitability. Tough spot there for Sai, but you could also imagine that Kiki was not going to fold to any size bet on that turn. So just about half the deck improved his hand.
Yeah, a little bit of that pot control that we were talking about earlier, which works out for side, but yeah, especially with stand-up game dynamics, kind of impossible to fly river.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't agree to the mandatory 10.
Taking a look at the Jets and the Jaguars game. Jets down 3-13, and in my fantasy football third place matchup against Doug, I am slightly improved from 43% underdog to 46% underdog, so things improving a little bit for me. But yeah, both of my leagues, I'm in the third place match.
You're third place of 3 people, or I don't know how fantasy works, so elaborate.
Oh, 12 teams started the league and fighting for third.
Okay, okay.
Got third or fourth.
Getting a
locked
bronze
up.
medal, which is nice.
Exactly, yeah. All right, Magic here, raising on the button, ace 10. No takers, and he'll get to take a seat. Yeah, I was pretty fortunate to make it as far as I did. And so losing last week and getting relegated to the third place match. It's painful because all the money is, of course, in the top 2 spots.
Right.
But I still can't complain too much.
Yeah, good to be in the fight for something, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, get a little something back.
Yep.
All right, just about half the players at this table have taken a seat. The other half still looking for a win.
Things will inevitably get more interesting as this game continues longer and longer.
Mike here. Nice hand to try to win a pot with. We'll raise it up. And this happens a lot, right? Like you see just infinite calls because all these players that are standing they're like, oh, if I can just call for this one relatively modest size, like get to see a flop, maybe I can put something together and sit down.
Right.
So I like to see the open sizes and the 3 bets to much larger sizes. You typically start to see that as people are just like super incentivized to be like, I don't want anyone calling. Like,
Yeah.
I just need to get this down to like heads up or just win right away.
Yeah, Jason chooses a $210 sizing here, which I think is fine, but I might even go larger there than 210, just with all the dynamics you just talked about.
Preston here, who had just called the 40 in between, is like, I'm on the button and everybody else folded? Okay, I call. And does have 2 live cards and does connect.
This is going to be I'm putting all my chips in hand for Preston.
In fact, I think Jason will probably put all the chips in
Right.
first,
Yes.
as he can put Preston to the test here. He's got 2 overs, backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. I mean, yeah, you just basically bet them all in. And
Yeah. If they were deeper, it's a tough flop for Jason, seeing as that flop really interacts with Preston's range. Ends up calling on the button there. I mean, at this SPR, just betting half pot and praying to somebody up above that he wins. Probably not right.
so funny dynamic there. Jason didn't bet the full amount to get Preston all in, but Preston does ship it and makes a straight right on the turn, connecting with his gut shot draw. Doesn't even need to play the pair anymore to win, and we'll take it down. 9-10. Oh, let's go.
That's
Jason
it.
going to be a little bit flustered about that one. Like, damn, bro.
Yeah. Interesting when you see a hand that somebody shouldn't have, and they end up winning the hand. Some players get very, very angry when they see that. Like, why did you do that, right? Like, what are
Yeah.
you doing? But it's like, that's what you want. That's why we're sitting at these tables, right?
Yeah.
You want people to not be doing what they should be doing, or else you're playing against a bunch of people and you're just sitting there paying money to the casino, right?
Yeah, yes, indeed. But yeah, also just a frustrating spot there.
Yeah.
Jason
Oh,
shaking his
absolutely.
head like, oh, well, that sucked. And yeah, also against a short stack like that, you just kind of have to take your lumps sometimes. You're
Yep.
like, I mean, what else can I possibly do here?
Yeah, definitely a spot that Jason couldn't have avoided, but just angry that that's how it goes sometimes,
Yeah.
right? Welcome to poker.
All right, so with that victory, and another seat taker, we're down to Mike, Cy, and is it just Mike and Cy now?
I think it might be. There might be. I forget who the 2C player is, but he might be standing.
No, Tillman. I think
It's Tillman, that's right.
I think Tillman already took a seat. Let's. Oh no, Tillman is still standing. That's right. We've got 3 players still standing.
The button might be standing as well, I think. He's gone from the table as well. Interesting to see the people gone from the table, or the people standing. Kevin going for the gut shot float thingy-majiggy here. Or double gut shot, actually.
Yeah, double gutty 2 overs. Pretty decent hand. Pretty reasonable to continue. Even as a check raise would be one possibility, but Preston here on the top 2 now. And continue betting for value. Full pot size wager here, targeting all of the 9-7, 10-9, Jack-9, all of these sorts of hands that are going to be pretty uncomfortable. And yeah, he is just going to sort of force this one through, but also potentially denying equity from those hands that did have quite a few outs, like Queen 10.
Yeah, I've not seen a lot of check raise bluffing here.
No, bonfire no one's this.
Standard straight up and call and see what happens.
Yeah, that is
No,
true.
that's for running it
But, I mean,
twice.
at these SPRs, it's hard to
I think bomb pot should
check raise
count,
bluffing
but
into your range because
historically
you have to fire away for 3 streets, especially if the turn helps you out. So
we can make the change if you guys want. But I'm just saying. You don't want bomb pot to count. All right.
We are doing bomb pot.
All right, we're going to do a bomb pot here, just a sort of spicy little mix this in, emergency bomb pot. But yeah,
940?
they're talking about whether or not you should be able to sit down if you win a bomb pot. I think bomb pots are completely separate from a stand-up game in my opinion, but
Jacksonville plus 2.5, huh?
yeah, I would tend to agree there. What is the standard discourse if a player gets stacked when they, I don't even know this, when they lose their whole stack and they say, I don't want to play anymore, but they're still standing? What do you guys do for that typically?
so I'm certainly no expert, and I know that this has happened before, and it is a little bit of an unfortunate occurrence, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're the last player standing, like let's say it's me and you, we're the last 2 standing, and
Yeah.
you stack me, like I'm expected to go to the ATM or whatever I need to do to pay
Right.
this out. If I'm not the last person standing when I get stacked, it's kind of like you can just walk away.
Okay.
I mean, that may not be like universally agreed
Consistent,
upon that
yeah.
that's like acceptable behavior, but I mean, like if you ever get stacked at a game, like
Right.
you
There's a
are,
little bit of mercy rule.
Yeah, a little bit of mercy rule that you have to be able to walk away. Now, but you know, if you are in the mix and you're the last 2 and you get stacked by the other guy, like it would be pretty lame to just walk away and then be like, well, then who pays who?
Yeah.
Nobody pays anybody. Like,
Right.
what was the point of the game?
I agree. But I just thought of that. I'm like, wow, I've never seen that before. But it's definitely something that's going to come up eventually.
Yeah, but it would also be pretty awkward if, like, me and you are the last standers, but you're not involved in the hand. I get felted and walk away, and then you're the only player that's left standing. You're like, I just by decree, like by default, have to pay everyone out.
Yeah.
That would also suck, but it would kind of make some sense. Like, you probably would feel a little bit of like, well, I guess I pay everybody out.
Right.
That guy got felted and he's toast. Like,
Yeah.
it's on me now.
I feel like that ties into talking about like a mercy rule thing. A lot of times with, you know, a good player just getting killed for a majority of the session, and then some like weird thing happens where it's a close spot and you're like, do not know exactly what the right thing is to do. I generally lean towards like, all right, we'll chop it up. Or we'll do this,
let's just save this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
More pain, suffering.
Yeah. But definitely different if you're at a casino and you don't know anybody. And
yeah, and then it's going to be much more strict. I mean, yeah,
Right.
this is a social club where we're trying to have a good time, everybody to enjoy themselves and not just necessarily like cutthroat, murder each other. But all of that being said, there's also some decorum, and you know, like if you're playing a game where you know that if you lose, you pay everybody out. You know, I would suspect that unless you're really just like on super monkey till or completely out of money, like I'm going to recognize like, oh, I lost this game.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay everyone out. Sai here, though, waking up with 10s. Looks like he's going for the limp back raise here, and Tillman is going to step right in it as he raises to 80 next to act King Jack suited. Jason is going to come in for a call, and before you know it,
I think it's a re-raise, yeah. Went for the 3-bet there, and then...
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Interesting spot for Sai here. I mean, would you 4-bet here after limping? Would you...
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah?
That's the whole point.
Yeah, yeah.
is,
I mean,
the
he's standing
limp
up as
back.
well, right? Yeah.
Yeah. He
goes for it, yeah.
he is getting exactly what he wanted here. And I mean, even if he doesn't get all the chips in, somehow win a massive all-in pot, which he is going to, because Tillman is just ripping his King Jack suited into this. This is working out perfectly for Sai. Of course, we haven't seen the flop turn river yet, so we don't know who exactly is going to win. But Sai is in very good shape.
Yeah.
Take this one down, and Jason, I presume, has already. Oh no, he has a fold.
Yeah.
He's got a nice back little view of the back of Sai's head.
Tell me you got 3-4.
And Sai read perfectly into those dynamics there, seeing is that Tillman is standing and one of the few players standing with him, so the one time that Sai actually had...
Oh, look at this flop! Oh my God, needs a heart or jack.
Oh!
And Sai is gonna get owned. This is so nasty. That is so nasty.
I mean,
Oh my
you can't
God.
blame Sai for that there at all, of course, but...
Plays it perfectly, gets wrecked. I know that storyline all too well. All too well.
No, but going back to what I was saying, he nailed the dynamics there. Of saying as we said earlier, the limp 4-bet's always aces kings, but who cares if it's a stand-up game, right? And he read it perfectly, got all the money in, and I have a flush.
Yeah, that's disgusting. All right, so Sai now is going to have to pay out. Unless, wait, is there? No one else is standing, right?
I think he has to. That was for the money too. He has to pay it out after that. Is that right?
Yeah, no, he got stacked. He's the last player standing, so he's going to have to pay out the $20 to everybody.
Wow.
I mean, unless he did it real quick there when I wasn't paying
didn't see
attention.
it,
I don't
yeah.
think he did, right? Yeah.
He's still standing, but maybe he's just thinking about his life for a second before he gives all the money away.
Well, yeah, and probably not everybody is going to be like, listen, dude,
No.
you got to pay us the 20 now and sit down. Like, the game's over.
He is still standing though, which is interesting, making me think there might be another player we haven't seen also standing still.
Yeah, but everybody's seated.
Is it Mike over here? Mike's standing right here.
Oh,
There
Mike
it
is still standing. Oh, he's just sort of hunched over in a way that, okay, sorry. Yeah, I was like, does no one have the heart to tell Sai? Like, you just got wrecked in this nasty spot, but like, bro, pay us, sit down. All right, so neither of the two remaining standing players are involved here, but we do have Preston in the mix with 2 overs, backdoor, diamond draw, and the up and down straight draw. So pretty good spot for him. Picks up that diamond equity on the turn. Magic, who does have the best hand, just, you know, with the high cards. Going to be hard pressed to continue, though, after this.
Yeah.
That's on the turn.
Which is why it's hard to see bet those flops, is what we were saying earlier. Those like the 8-7-4s, the 9-7-10s, especially when it's a flush draw available. When you have those high cards, it's just super hard to win that hand. But if you do check back, it's almost like your hand is pretty face up unless you're balancing effectively with your overpairs, which a lot of people aren't.
Yeah. Yeah, tough to do that. All right, Tillman is headed to Taco Bell after the stream. 34 bucks. Preston here stuck 2K. Kiki down 1.75. And Sai, who had been up a decent amount, is now stuck. Oh, but that was also including that initial screw up, so I think he is now stuck pretty good.
Yeah, just under a K, I think it's going to be.
The limp train is leaving the station. All aboard. Until Kiki squeezes it up here from the hijack with King Queen O. Tillman is in there. Magic is in there. Preston is in there. Let's go full players to a flop.
Neither of the players still in the stand-up game are in this hand. Dynamics off.
A little bit of something for everybody here. Checks all the way through. Kiki, the original pre-flop raiser, happy to just take off a free turn card in position with his gut shot backdoor heart equity. Tillman, though, turns, trip nines, checks it.
Interested to see what Tillman's action is here on the turn. Check raise kind of makes your hand feel a little face up, but you want to value from a lot of protection and value from aces, flush draws, which is a large portion of your opponent's betting range.
Yeah, I think check raising as Tillman is mandatory. You can also be doing this with some turned spades. But as it stands, he does just go for the check call.
Yeah.
Rivers, bottom, boat, and Preston happy to just check behind and lose, but doesn't lose any additional money. Yeah, I'm not sure Tillman gets any more money in on the turn, but I think it's sort of the classic concept of getting the money into the pot before the board texture changes, when everyone can just like sort of pucker up and not want to put any more money in.
Especially out of position.
Especially out of position, yeah. And you see that river card after check raising, and you're going to be like, oh, what?
And then he puts out a huge bet, and you're like, oh my god, what did I get myself into? Put the chips in, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he just ends up checking the river anyways. I don't know. It's a tricky spot, but yeah, I'm always much more prone towards bet when you have it.
Yep. Scott taking a lesson from Sai's playbook here. See if he can work it out. Not standing though.
Yeah. Yeah, he owns a business in town too. Yeah, it was
Boom.
Wow.
Go walk your dog or something.
open a business.
Go walk your dog or something, says Mike. He's like, get out of here. Scott will be dog walking Mike, though, as Mike is drawing dead here.
Yeah, interesting decision to just choose to call on pre-flop, but I guess with dynamics of Mike saying, I just want to win the hand, it might be a higher expected value play to just check call down a bunch of streets rather than just announce your hand, especially pre-flop. So interesting.
Oh, I agree 100%. Yeah. I mean, we can see the cards, but of course, this is great. The check raise here, I think, is a bit ambitious.
But
it's
it works.
A min click, and Mike makes the call. 6 now on the turn. Pretty much one of the only cards on the deck that could have gotten Mike to continue.
Yeah.
He hammers this for 700 into 500. Wow. Massive overbet. Now Scott's got to be like, oh, God.
Yeah, what did I do to myself? Oh, he has a jack. Oh, no, right?
But this takes us right back to what we were talking about before, when you sort of under-repped your hand like Kevin did earlier. It's like you can't just start giving him credit for this massive hand. Like, he never believes in a million years that you have a hand as strong as kings.
Yep.
He could be value betting tens, like all kinds of different hands that you beat, and also could just want you to fold because he's standing up and he just turned shitty 2-pair. Scott here seemingly perplexed by this a little bit, and it is always uncomfortable to face the overbet, let's be honest, but this is one of those spots where you just sort of nut up, hold on for dear life, and hope that you have the best of it. You're, of course, always drawing the 2 live cards.
Yep.
Normally, right?
Yeah.
Two outs to the top boat. Good Lord, I think he might fold this.
He's looking
Oh,
very...
never mind.
Wow, okay, he does go for the call. He looked very perplexed and annoyed by that turn bet, though. So interesting to see if Mike just fires it away on the river here. Just kind of setting it up, but he did pair a 6. Wow.
Oh my God!
Oh
What
my
is
God.
that? Oh my God! The Case King comes on the river. Mike jams it, thinking that he's
Wow.
just improved to kings and jacks and the best hand, and probably just cannot believe his life
Wow.
on this run out. 6 king. How are those 2 cards going to peel off on the turn river? That is unreasonable.
That's ridiculous.
And Mike is going to go down to the felt here, trying to get unstuck. And now we have the exact dynamic that we were discussing earlier, where one of the 2 remaining standing players has been felted.
Yep. And it's for a large amount, which he might not consider rebuying here. So we'll have to see what happens. This is very interesting. Wow. What a crazy hand. I mean, this is what happens with the stand-up game, right, Mike? $3,000 gone with king 6 offsuit here. I mean, that's just what happens. I want to win the stand-up game. I'm putting all my chips in.
Yeah, this was over $20 times 8,
Yeah.
$160.
$160, yeah.
And Mike started the hand with like nearly 3,000, or right at like 3,000.
Yep.
Good Lord.
Wow.
What a game.
What a game.
Players
indeed.
checks, live
Scott
stream.
cannot believe his luck.
Mike, though, not going anywhere. And
Nope.
yeah, this is the Scotty B show, as he is up now over 4,000. Kevin up 2K, Tillman up a little bit as well. Every other player here at the table stuck.
And, Mike might go crazy here, still standing after this. We'll see how quick this 1,500 gets in, especially with the stand-up dynamic game, especially if he plays a hand against I.
Oh, my goodness. Wild.
Wow. Those are the spots you dream of right there with kings.
Oh, my God. Yeah, where he might have been like sweating a little bit on the turn. That
Yep.
river king, you just like, the ray of sunlight comes down as the sky just parts, like the clouds part. You just, whatever happened before, we don't have to worry about it. We're just golden.
Thinking about Vegas and the Mirage.
Yep.
The overdone rounders reference.
All right, perhaps some card read errors incoming here. Kevin's second card not scanning. We have had many times in the past tonight and before where these players do not actually have what they have. I'm very unconvinced that Tillman has queen 6 off, for example. So let's just roll with the punches here, see what happens. A lot of checking here. Back to Kevin. Original razor pre-flop. Gonna go for a delayed C bet here. About 3/4 pot. Preston will make the call. Heads up now.
Need to believe these 2 hands are the correct hands. At least Kevin's 8 and Preston's a 7.
Preston here rivering 2 pair.
This could be
Irish
fun
now.
if Kevin he doesn't have a raising face on. He has a decision face, but it would have been fun to play along if Kevin did raise.
Yeah, the turn 5 of diamonds completes the full Badoogie, so there's so many fewer draws that pick up on the turn that could ever consider sort of going for the lead out on the river, just as like a, well, I got it to here, but I don't have anything. Pretty much everything that bets at this stage is a made hand, so just let go of the 8, and Kevin does. All right, Mike has his new chips and is of course still standing. So here we go. Still Cy and Mike L standing in the stand-up game. $20 per player on the line.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's crazy to think that it's over $160, but all of this action can be about that $160, and it's just, that's why I love this game.
Mike limps the ace-10, maybe a little bit of shell shock. But, yeah, spot where you're normally going to want to just raise this up. But a bunch of calling here over to Scott in the straddle. We'll call as well. Kiki checks his option. And here we go. 5 players to a flop. Bunch of Broadway cards represented here. And what do you know? Top pair for both Scott and Kiki. Gut shot for Mike. And Cy up and down for Magic. Everybody has something to go with here.
2 players with the gut shots, also still in the stand-up game, making me think they will continue, even though it might not be prudent to do so all the time.
Bet at 45. Call all the
Everybody's
way down
in
the
there.
line. Scott here calls to him, and he's like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, and he actually does just let this go. It's sort of understandable. However, I mean, I don't know. I probably just called too. But
What did Scott have there? I didn't see.
he had the king 3 of hearts, so
Oh, wow,
he
okay.
actually did have the best hand at the moment, same as Kiki, but no backdoor draws and just way too many players in there. Kiki here gonna bet 100. Mike is gonna shut it down, as will Cy. Magic though still gonna try to peel off an ace or a 9. 7 of hearts changes nothing, and Kiki will win if we get to showdown.
Would love to see a check here. Oh wait, he's in position. Never mind. Out of position. I'd love to see a check there. But in position, it's reasonable to think there's no value to be obtained anymore.
Yeah. Had that hand not been super multi-way like that, and it hadn't been, well, yeah, there could still be like some thin value to be had there with the front door draw missing and everything, but
hard to think your opponent's calling 2 streets with just a stale queen there, especially being like 6 ways or whatever it was.
Yeah, but like if it was heads up, like every once in a while I'll be like, I think you've just got like Queen Jack over there. I'm just gonna hit you with the business and make it look like I'm bluffing and get looked up light. I've done that to great effect. Looks like we're doing a bomb pot here.
It's fun to do those merge type bets too, especially when you have kind of like a weak holding and you know that this bet to a seasoned player is going to make absolutely no sense. So you bet kind of a marginal hand for a bet size that doesn't intuitively make sense, and you kind of confuse them into calling with a completely crap hand, right? That's one of my favorite things to pull off.
Oh, absolutely. Or like you have the king 3 of diamonds that comes like 9 high with 2 diamonds. You bet, they call. Turn is just like a nothing burger. You bet, they call, and then the river is just like an offsuit king, and you just like pot it, and they're like,
what?
Like, you'd probably just miss the flush draw, and you're like, I did,
yeah,
but I also made top pair on the end. They pay you off. It's great. All right, top set here for Kiki, as well as the Broadway straight on bottom, so a whole bunch of the equity on the bottom board. Scott B with a little lonely 7 on top. I guess he's out of there. Pocket kings now. The best hand on top for Cy, but he's losing to the aces. So, yeah, pretty much just a gut shot here. Well, I mean, it's more of a wrap, I suppose you could call it for Cy, but is in the midst of getting quartered at the moment.
Yeah. These are always very interesting spots in PLO type hands, is the quarter potential, right? Especially when it's a multi-way and you have the nuts on the river on one board and you're just like, oh my god, like I'm gonna get, you can just feel the quarter happening, right?
Oh, well, Cy even potted it. It was a bet, and then Cy potted. Kiki just calls.
Look at that river.
And yeah, now it's aces full on bottom. They've swapped boards here.
Yeah, I mean.
And Cy with the top boat on the top board.
It's going to be a chop all the day. Everybody's going to be thinking they have the nuts. They do have the nuts. Very funny rivers there. Funny.
Yeah, Cy getting bailed out there as he was in a real tough spot until the king on the river on the top board was just looking at shipping half of all the wagers over to Kiki for free.
Have you found yourself in that spot before where you have the nuts on the board and you're just aware you're getting quartered and find the fold with the nuts on a river, or is that just not a thing in PLO?
I have. It's pretty tricky, and certainly in multi-way spots, you're going to just have to put it in so much more often, because like 3 players putting in all the money and then you get quartered is like, it's a fairly marginal loss.
Right.
Whereas if you're heads up and you're just like, good lord, like this feels bad, and if I recommit all the chips, it's just like, I lose half my money.
Right.
That sucks pretty bad. And yeah, I've been able to find those spots before, but for the most part, like anytime you do get to the river with the nuts, really tough to fold unless you have a pretty specific read
Right.
or just absolute dog shit on one of that boards. Like if
Right.
you're just like on act high on one of the boards, it's like you have the nuts straight. Like who cares, man?
Right.
Just fold. Like you're only getting half the pot if you're lucky.
Right.
So,
Especially if you haven't committed a lot up to that point as well.
well, even if you have, if it's just the danger of
Right.
ever being in a spot where you could be committing a bunch of money or any amount of money and very unlikely to get anything more back than
What you put in.
your value,
Yeah.
the final wager. It's like just cut and run.
Yeah.
Sai here continues to have the best hand after the flop. Does bet, gets called by Magic with the front door flush draw.
Kind of foreseeing Sai maybe making a ridiculous hero call across 2 streets here, especially being a player standing. Very incentivized to do so. But
Yeah,
we'll see what he does.
tiny little tickle of a bet here
Yeah.
on the turn. You can't go anywhere just yet. Mike over there is like rooting for Magic. He's
Yeah.
like, please mess him up, and he will not.
I think Sai might find this call across 2 streets here.
Very quick assembly of the betting discs. This goes to your comment earlier. I mean, Magic started cutting out these chips to bet
Right.
almost immediately, and this is either just like, yeah, maybe you've got King Queen and you're just like, no heart, I'm so happy to bet.
Right.
Peels off a black 3, you're like, cool, let's go. Or it's just a full-blown airball like
Yeah.
it is.
And there's so many gut shot, heart, club, backdoor combinations where, I mean, I think Magic, if he were to bet, which he did, I think betting like a massive amount or just giving up makes a lot of sense. But I'm rooting for Sai here to make this call, and I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, I tend to agree. This is the same line that we saw earlier. Small bet, big bet.
Yeah.
It was a bluff then, it's a bluff now. See if Sai can sniff it out.
Especially there's an extra $180 in this pot for Sai too, right?
100,
Essentially,
160, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Sai lets it go.
Stand-up game is still alive.
Oh my
Wow.
God. That was the one. That was the one for Sai, but Magic putting the pedal to the metal.
Wow.
Gets the job done. Well played, Magic.
Well played indeed. I'm unsure if Magic has all of those aces that he's betting that quickly for that amount on the river there. Yes, he has all the queens. Yes, he has all the very, very strong hands, but I just don't know if he would play an ace that same way. So
Yeah.
easy when you can see the cards, obviously.
Yeah.
But,
No, we do have that
Yeah.
sort of bias, but
yes.
yeah, to me it's that bet sizing.
Yeah.
Small, big. It's
Yep,
like
yep. Please
well,
fold. I missed.
yeah.
I'm pricing myself in, and then please fold. Thank you.
Yeah, it certainly lends itself more to an ace than a queen.
Right.
Because a queen would probably want to bet big on the turn to try to just build this pot as much as possible before
Right.
the texture changes. And then if you do narrow it down, you're like, well, then what aces are really happy to just like hammer this river, right? Like,
Didn't even really think about it too, because betting it
Yeah.
before it kind of came out. Yeah.
and I'm sure Sai was going through all of that and
Yes,
was like,
yes.
bro. But then he's just got 2 black deuces and
Yeah.
he's like, ugh.
It's tough when you're playing on stream too, and you have people watching you, and you put in the money with those deuces, and they just show like Queen Jack, and you're like, oh my, what am I doing?
Yeah,
You know?
like an idiot. But no, I think Sai he was in the right ballpark, but
Yeah.
just couldn't find the call button. Just an absolutely sick turn card here.
Wow.
Top trips for Preston. He slow plays it, checks back on the button when check 2. Mike turns 7s full. Leads out for 100. Preston's still playing this one slow, just makes the call.
And Mike just went crazy with this hand and is playing the stand-up game. I mean, it's just almost impossible that Preston's going to be folding this hand.
Backdoor
Wow.
clubs comes in, but Mike rips it for 2x pot.
Wow.
3x pot?
I mean, I can't say I hate it. The backdoor clubs might save Preston here, but I just don't think it will. We just saw Mike do the same thing with, I don't want to say air, but like what we would deem as air, right? I mean, I just don't think Preston's going to get away.
God, this is so gross. He slow played flop, just called turn, and now is facing the 3x over.
Wow. Looks like he's in folding motion here.
Yeah, he lets it go.
Wow. Good fold from Preston there. Really good fold.
Hey.
All right, And Mike gets to take a seat. Here comes the payouts from Cy as he has to throw $20 to everyone. Mike is like, hey, give me the money. Give me the money.
Like, I earned that one, man. If I had to pay after all that.
Oh, my God. That was amazing.
And we forget that Cy, I mean, he had those kings and lost, too. I mean, he could have sat down 40 minutes ago, 30
God,
minutes
that was
ago.
such a savage beat, dude.
Oh, and he also could have sat down if he called with the deuces.
Yeah. Oh, it was all right there for him.
It was all right there.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And yeah, Mike getting just a little bit too trigger happy there,
Yeah.
going for the 3x all in. If he goes for 1.5x, I think he gets called because Preston has already slow played his hand. He knows that Mike has the whole stand-up dynamic and has already blasted off.
Yep.
Like, everything sort of coalesces into an ace-9 like hero call there. Just 3x is like too much. It's just too much.
No, I completely agree. And Mike is reading into the dynamics of Preston probably has an ace, and no way he's going to fold here, right? But he found it, and great fold to him. I've got to give a lot of props.
Wow. That was a hand, man. That was a hand. All right, so stand-up game is over. We're back to regularly scheduled programming, and here we go. 4 players to a flop. King high, couple spades out here. Nobody connecting with this in any significant way. Gut shot for Preston is about the best that could be said for the unpaired hands. Does pick up the queen on the turn now. Far and away the best hand, but not still probably going to feel too strong about it. Does put a little tickle out there, though, just to kind of try to thin the field and not allow Scott to start hammering away as backdoor diamonds does sort of come in here. Kevin going to think about this one for a little bit longer than I would have.
Right. Kevin, a very thoughtful player, but there's a fine line between thinking and fake thinking.
Yeah, trying to find like the 2 combos or something that just like, well, I got a jack 8 here, probably bet and see what happens. Yeah, you beat that. That's it. That's the one hand. So okay, you can fold.
He's got ace-9 off for sure.
All right, looking at the earnings there, Scott B, of course, still well atop the top of the rankings there. Nice little arrangement of the chips there. What do you think about the stack formation?
Very interesting stack formation. It's always very, it's just amazing to me how everybody decides to stack their chips in completely different ways. But that one's a new one to me, having the row of the red, the row of the green, and then just a fat stack of black sitting there.
Yeah, well, the two. Also, anytime someone does 2 parallel rows and doesn't offset them to fit into the natural curvature of the chip, it to me is a little bit tilting. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why. There's something about the feng shui of like the chips need to be offset. Like if you had 2 offset rows where it was just like row versus row, but like kind of nestled into each other, that would make me feel better. But everything about this is just a little bit strange. I'm like, what are you thinking? Like, how does your brain work to come up with this arrangement?
Well, the way you stack chips, if I remember, is also tilting to me. You do 30 stacks.
Yeah,
right?
you don't like that.
You do 30. I'm like, what are you doing? You're like, that's 750. That's 150. I'm like sitting here trying to think, and no one else does that. So to me, your chip stacks are very tilting as well.
I love it. I love it.
Do you still do that? The 30.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. 750s are the only way to go. The 750s, the 150s. Absolutely brilliant. Feel really good when you got a stack of 3K in blacks, too.
Yeah.
Although anybody who's familiar with the chips here at TCH Austin will know that the black chips are just ever so much slightly thinner than all of the other chips. So if you have a 30 rack of black chips and you have it up next to red or whites or greens, yeah, it's a little bit shorter. So if you want it to be the same height, you actually need to have 3100 in there, and it's pretty funny.
It's funny.
Good problems to have.
Yeah, really. Like when somebody says you have I forget the verbiage. But
a dirty stack.
A dirty stack, yeah. And it works out in your favor. It's like, I just made $95 or some amount of money. Usually it goes the other way for me, though. It's you lost $20 or you lost $95.
5 black chips, or 5 red chips in that stack of black. You're like, oh my god, I thought I was so rich.
Dang it.
No vegetables on my cheesy bread
Yeah,
tonight.
exactly. Just doing cheese, no toppings.
All right, no bread, just cheese. All right, 3 players to a flop. Got an up and down straight draw, sort of the dummy end here for Kiki, as an 8 would put a 1-liner to, or 4-liner to a straight. Sai here flopping the front door clubs. Had a natural check-in flow pre, and is not going to start betting here on the turn. The king is maybe not the best card in the world. Bet a 40 and a quick call, though, so let's see how Sai handles this spot.
Interesting spot. He's considering both options here between aggression. Looks like he's leaning towards that one.
Yeah, I like the check raise here.
Yeah. Considering that his opponents are going to have King X a lot of the time, it's going to be hard for them to continue across 2 streets. And if he had a hand like 2 pairs, sets, straights, I think he would also realize this and do the same thing. So that's, when you have a good hand and a bad hand in your range, it's a good time to fire in money.
Yeah, and Kiki here, who again is on the dummy end here, like
Yeah.
an 8 doesn't feel great. A 8 or a 3 of clubs doesn't feel great. Like, you're just sort of handcuffed in a spot like that. And that is the power of aggression, and Sai. Pretty good masterclass on how to check raise with a marginal drawing hand.
Yeah.
And pick up the pot with the middle strength hand. He was beating the 5-4, but behind the ace-queen. Pretty fortunate as well that neither opponent had anything to really continue it there. As, imagine that Mark just has like ace-king instead of ace-queen. He's definitely not folding, and it'd be a pretty tough story to sell, betting again on the river. But super connected board, might have gotten the job done. Who knows? Would have been a fun hand to watch play out, but it's not to be this time.
Yeah, it's a very intricate spot. The flopping a flush draw and then deciding whether to raise or to call. Those can be a lot of your money makers and money punters in poker, and deciding, which one I should do. Because, if you're firing away and just raising every single flush draw you have, it's a disaster, right? But you got to pick the spots where it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, that was a good one. Like all right, 3 players to a flop, a couple of aces. Jason here connecting with the queen 10-0, gets second pair backdoor opportunities for Jason as well as Scott and Tillman, but I think pretty much whoever, or when Jason takes the bet at this, he's just going to take it down.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit nitpicky here, but I might like a slightly smaller bet here on the flop. Just hard to get a lot of value from worse, taking a half pot bet size, but again, very nitpicky.
Yeah, tend to agree.
Yeah. But considering just range dynamics,
Yeah, can't ever really go wrong with that. Scott here is going to come in for the check raise. Rather ambitious.
This is what I was talking about earlier. This is one of the first backdoor fire and away raises we've seen today. And Jason, the non-believer, really just repping king 10, 5s, maybe king 5, but I don't think so. I guess queen jack, that comes in.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But Scott here now in 0 equity territory. So rather than picking up a spade, an 8, or sorry, a spade, a queen, a jack, I guess. I mean, yeah. I was thinking that he could find the 8, the 9, 6, whatever.
I was
no,
too,
he can't.
yeah.
He cannot. Jason here actually just going to bet. This to me is ambitious. Building a pot further with the second pair. Yes, you've gotten check raised on the flop and check 2 again.
Yeah.
So fairly unlikely that they actually have a really strong hand. But like now you're like targeting their kings and trying to get them to fold by the river. And this is a tall task, I think.
Is Scott considering going for the double check? Nope, he's not. He was thinking about it for a second, but I mean, it's just not the hand you want to be doing it with at all. The double check raise is a very fancy play that usually is not the one you want to be doing. But when you see it, it's interesting for sure.
Yeah, queen jack could definitely do it here.
Yeah.
Like queen jack would be the hand to do it with because you don't block any of the pairs, and you sort of make it look like, oh god, this board just got scary. I was doing this with ace king, and now you can like go for value with your 2 pairs, and then I'm gonna get you again, buddy.
Yep.
But doesn't play out that way this time.
Yeah, maybe a queen 9 or queen 8 would be some good bluff candidates to do the double check raise there as well. But very interesting.
Yeah, that one would be spicy. The queen 9, block the improve, still have the queen blocker. Yeah, why not? Let's go. Get wrecked.
He had a weird stack size to do it too. If he makes it like 700 and then he has $800 left, it's like, all right, you know. I don't. It's really tough there. But
That would be sick, though. I would have appreciated that a lot. All right, the $10 and the $20 straddle are on. Scott is coming in for a raise. Some amount has been announced. He's using red chips. Can't mess with the feng shui of the nice row of green chips. Kevin just letting the ace jack go to a single raise here.
I usually treat that as a 3-better fold, and although extreme dynamics would lead me towards the aggressive play just to spice things up, I don't mind fold there at all.
Yeah, it is reasonable. A bunch of raggy hands and pocket 8s in here. Well, 7-6 suited, not raggy necessarily, but yeah, a lot of middle of the deck represented here. Comes ace king high. Somebody bets at this. They're gonna take it down, but yeah, checks over to Jason. And he's like, "Well, let's give it a try." At 1/3.
He's got some backdoor potential. He's got the range advantage of all of it, so I don't hate it.
Preston here has a gutty. I would prefer a check raise here from Preston if you're gonna play
hits it.
Why not just drill it?
Gives Jason one of his gut shot backdoor outs. Probably leaning towards another bet too.
Yeah, this is working out perfectly for Preston. The 5 deuce. Oh, I mean, how do you ever get here? This is amazing. And this board is like still super like dry for a good top pair type holding or something, right? Or even a set. Like now, Preston's just like, please, sweet baby Jesus, have a set of 3s.
Yep.
Check it to you again, and you're just going to blast off. Comes a jack of clubs. Obviously, a 5 would have just been absolutely out of this world. Jason is just going to shut it down with a check. And Preston's like, guess what I have? 5 deuce off.
It's a very tough spot. Once you arrive on the river with the exact bottom of your range, it's so tempting to put in that 3rd barrel and say, I can never win. But, I think he interprets Preston's range to be a lot of ace-X that only picked up some 2-pair, and a lot of that ace-X is probably not going to be enough to fold.
Yeah, and had Kevin just done like what I think you and I were both thinking more standard, just like 3-bet there, like he gets called from the 8s.
Yeah, I forgot
ace
about
high flop,
Yeah.
C-bet wins pot.
Yep.
Kevin was the winner of that hand had it been played maybe a little bit more standard, but instead just like all these like other hands allowed in there, and 5 deuce wins. That's the 2nd time now that Jason has gotten tuned up by a pretty speculative hand.
Yep.
The first one, who had the first one?
It was also Jason when he had the ace queen, and he just bets a half pot on the flop and gets called by the 2nd pair, river to straight, right? Or are you talking about a different hand?
Well, when Jason lost to a hand that was just like completely fucked up, like a really like disconnected shitty hand, like 10-3 or something. What was it?
I think it was 10-9 off, and it was.
10-9 off.
Yeah.
And it was Preston.
It was Preston and Jason, same people.
Oh my God, same exact
yeah.
combo. Oh my God, he's got to be just livid inside of that fucking cardigan. Oh my God, like this guy just fucking beats me with trash. All right, big cards represented all around here, and small cards come out on the flop. Oh man, there is something about just like the universe seemingly just like picking on you.
Yeah.
That you're just like, man.
That's what happens sometimes. It's like everything can be going right for a single session. You're like, poker's the easiest game in the world. Oh my God, I need to be sitting here every single day. And then the next day you sit down and you can't win a hand to save your life. And you're like, oh my God, what am I doing? I got to get out of this. This is awful, right? It's so polarizing. But
and people are playing 5 deuce against you and beating you consistently. And you just like, oh, good Lord. Yeah, it is tough. All right, only 3 of our 9 players are profitable this evening as we are approaching the end of the stream. Hand number 90 coming at you, 9:37 Central Time. We did get started a little bit late, so we may be going a little bit past the 10 o'clock hour here in Austin, Texas, but we will see how things play out as of right now. Just keep on going on. Doing. Time's really just been flying here, man. It's been a lot of fun having you here in the booth.
Yeah, thanks again for inviting me. This is great. I'm super happy I get to do this again.
Heck yeah.
I love commentating poker. I love playing poker, so very happy to be here.
Yeah, let's do the yeah. All right, Scott B gonna just make the call with 10-9 suited, and everyone else come along. So hearts and diamonds represented. Can we get red on the flop? We cannot. All's good.
It's tough to get red on the flop. Everybody's got red.
It's very true, but that's the one way we get spice, because
That's
this
true.
one isn't going to be very spicy. Although we do have 2 players with the top pair on the flop. King of diamonds now on the turn. Doesn't inspire anybody. We check through again, and a 7 of clubs on the end. 10-9 is best. 10 kicking, and we check all the way down to showdown.
10-9, expects to win, happy to win, all the above.
Yeah.
Scott continuing to not be able to use a hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, that one hand against Mike, dude, was so absolutely ridiculous.
You called it too. You said, "Oh, there's 2 outs to a king here." Well, I guess there was 1 because Mike had a king in his hand, so 1 outer there.
Yeah.
Hypothetical
I
outer.
was talking about it. Like, if he's up against a jack, he thinks he has 2 outs.
Yeah.
And then, like, goes from, like, please don't have a jack to, like, oh, my God, please have a jack.
Yep.
And it doesn't even matter. Like, Mike's over there with king 6-0 and just rips it all in. Oh, my God, what a dream spot for Scott. Absolutely dreamy.
It's always so funny when you're praying somebody doesn't have a hand to then going praying they have the hand. They're like, oh, I hope he has the top of his value here, right?
Yeah.
Please.
We've all been there. We've all done that.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Tillman here just flatting. Now going for the back raise. And Kevin with a hand that's like, yeah, you might just have aces or whatever, but this hand is the one that I want to take into the streets and battle against a hand at the top of your range, which you probably have. Pocket 5s goes by the wayside, even though it was getting a relatively good price, does with the flop, but Kevin hits with middle pair of 7s. If Tillman just keeps blasting here, Kevin may do what we saw him do earlier, which is to sort of get away from the spot.
Yeah. It's tough
Because it
even
just
here on the
looks
flop.
big and scary.
Yeah. I think it's, I mean, typically you're going to want to check call at least 1 here, but against a huge bet, Tillman's image, it's scary even now. He chooses to fold.
Yeah. Kevin deciding, I think before he made the call, I need to make some sort of like combo draw, open-ender, front door flush draw, something with substantial equity on additional streets that isn't just a 5-outer.
Right.
What's very likely to just be a 5-outer going into the turn, and so he does just get away from this one. I suspect if there was at least 1 club out there, he might have pondered that one a little bit longer, maybe even made the call. But yeah, pretty straightforward there with no backdoor equity, other than just like running 9-6 or 9-jack,
Yeah.
right?
The old backdoor straight.
Which is just like, also just like a one-liner, and you're like, how often do I get paid in that scenario?
Yeah.
Probably not very.
Yeah, I think Tillman's bet size got it done there. Features in a smaller bet. Comes along for 1 at least.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean that's a testament to the power of the C bet, especially from a tighter image player. Is you can get away with pots that you normally shouldn't.
Yep.
By just sort of hammering away.
Especially in positions, a lot easier to play that hand once you see bet instead of check back and then a turn comes and they bet and you're like, all right, you can have nothing or something or crap. I don't know. You know?
And also another thing to be said about it, I'm not a big believer or a big proponent of the limp back raise stuff.
Yeah.
I just generally don't tend to appreciate that play very much, but doing so in a balanced manner where it's like you have your aces, you have your kings, and then you have your ace-king. Like, yes, it's super narrow, and people always know that you have something really good.
Yeah.
But the fact that he did it with the ace-king there and not just aces or kings
Yeah.
allows him to be able to just like c-bet that flop and
Oh, did
win.
he limp back raise that hand right there?
With that ace-king,
okay,
exactly,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that plays the dynamics a lot more. I thought it was just a standard 3-bet.
Yeah, and that's the thing is it's so hard to balance that. Like,
Yep.
what if those are always the hands that you have, and you're Kevin, you just are like, yeah, I folded 7. Like, you got me this time, but like the rest of the time, like there's 12 combos of aces and kings and 16 of ace king. Okay, like you're getting me a little bit when I just fold here, but then like think of all the times that I flop 2 pair and you do have aces. Like I'm just gonna wreck you because I know you have aces or kings. Like, and you're just gonna want to put all the money in, and I can just wait for the right time to check raise you all in.
Very equivalent to like a set 9 type situation. Just not exactly a set 9.
Yeah.
More than that for
Do we have now one on?
Yeah, and that's the real danger of having these super narrow ranges. It's the same as when people will only 4-bet with those exact same combos. Ace, king, aces, and king. Queens, jacks, ace, queen suited, whatever. Like, you're just always calling the 3-bet or whatever. It's like, range is so goddamn narrow, man. Like, it's so easy to play.
Yeah.
It's possible to agree smoothie legs.
No, so I do like the limp back raiser component. That confused Kevin up to a certain point. And if he is going to implement that limp back raise, I think including some hands that aren't aces and kings, obviously is going
What are our options?
to be good for him.
It's really funny when people will do it with just like complete dog shit.
Yeah.
Blake did it to us with 6-3 of hearts in one stream, and I was just like, and I folded like a pretty good hand because it was just like, what the hell, man? Like, damn it, you know, you just you've got to have something good here. Nope, 6-3 suited. It was great. All right, checks through to a turn. Now we've got about a 50 here from Jason. Mike is calling. Tillman's calling. We'll thin the field a little bit, and we can actually try to get a grasp of who's playing what. Looks like we've got a 6-4 straight on bottom here for Jason, as well as the queen 10 nut straight on top. Those two players are going to finish with the best hand. Nobody else really has that much to do with this, as it's just some sort of random pairs and shit at this point. But bet of 100 from Jason. Mike gonna pot it, so he's not even going to give anybody else an opportunity to come in to try to chop up their money, which is going to be a little bit irritating sometimes, like when you have one of the boards super locked up and you're like, all right, let's just try to get some of these people to put some money in, and the guy that has the other board is like, pot! And you're like, damn it, no, we just don't win anything.
Like, yeah, I went from maybe making $200 or $300 to just making $0 in that one instance. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, they get to chop up what was already in the middle and both make a moderate profit. Jason's going back to Taco Bell, maybe even Chick-fil-A after this.
I don't think Jason feels like he's up right now with all the hands he's played. He might be up $31, but in his heart of hearts, he's thinking, God damn it, this guy, are you kidding me?
Yeah, exactly.
Preston making a little bit of a comeback here, down over 3K at one point.
Yeah, mostly at the expense of Jason.
Yeah, exactly.
This isn't soccer. You don't get add-on.
It's funny how that works.
Although the smoothie isn't.
All right, Mike here first to act. Limp back raise this one. Certainly going to limp it.
Oh my God, unbelievable.
Magic. Back on the ace-king train here. Oof. God, we got a roll of 2 for Holly Oz and a roll of 3 for GWD. My goodness, you guys are finding all the single-digit crap. Skullbone manages to find 2 digits in his number, but it's still under 50. Pretty rough stuff out there.
No man.
Can you cash in these points for anything, or is it just gamble it up? For
You just get to swing your stack of points around and, you know, sort of look like
see how it goes.
you're cool. I mean, like Skullbone here, he's got like 5.5 million points. I mean, it's just like How is that possible? It's ridiculous.
A little
But
bit wiser.
That's some good bankroll management with the points right there. I mean, that takes a lot to just hold on to 5 million points that realistically don't mean anything. I mean, wow.
Yeah,
I'd be sending that in double up or nothing.
well, there is one thing that Skullbone did gamble all, and yet he can only gamble 10,000 at a time. So it does cap you, which wasn't always the case, which is how some people have millions of points, right? Like if you could really only bet 10,000, like to ever get to 5 million, unthinkable.
Yeah.
But
I was going to say, yeah, he runs very well. He should get into all the gambling streets if he goes from 10,000 to 5 million. He's doing flips.
yeah, why not?
The way that France moves the ball, like they don't. There's no extra dribbles. It's like
All right, let's check this Jets Jacksonville game.
it's like they
Jets
know
still
where
sitting on
everybody's at.
3
The
points,
ball touches
well
their
into the
toe
fourth
and
quarter.
it's
5 minutes
fast.
left in the game. Jacksonville looks to be winning this one easily. So tough sledding out there for our boy Doug and his JETS Jets.
I wanted.
So does this mean you're looking good for a bronze medal
I
currently?
wanted Argentina to win.
Well, not necessarily because I have the kicker for the Jets, and so he scored all of their points, 3 points, but still 3 points for a kicker is not great. And my opponent, Doug, is starting Garrett Wilson, one of the wide receivers for the Jets, who is only on 5.2 fantasy points, so not very good showing from either of us at this point. So,
I thought it was
As long as
over.
he
I
beats
didn't even
somebody,
see
right?
the
Who cares?
goals.
well, yes, but yeah, I need the rest of my players to show up big, basically.
Scopo in the chat saying it has always been 10K since he started, insinuating that he has run up. 10K
Oh, is that right?
up to 5
Okay.
million.
Well, I know they changed something. Maybe you can illuminate us in the chat what it was. They changed something. It used to be really easy. There was like a glitch or something where you could get a lot of points.
Okay. Because that's like what, being, is it 500 or 5,000 flips above EV? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's running real hot.
Yeah.
I was asking what time you want the stream to end.
11:45.
Tomorrow morning.
Mike with that aggression frequency. Jason also
Yeah.
pretty high aggression frequency.
Have a lot of hot chocolate.
Two.
All right, Cy in the $10 straddle. Tillman first act, he'll limp. Magic will limp. Preston will not limp, but he will raise. Kicker problem says, and Garrett Wilson just fumbled. Oh, sweet. So he had even more points and then fumbled them away.
From what we know of Preston here, he's going to be folding. Oh. Especially to that small sizing.
Limp, limp. Squeeze up front and a 3-bet from Kiki. Yeah, he's going to make the call. 9-6 of diamonds. If this was Jason, I would say there's for sure a 9 and a 6 or something coming out here, but I don't know how he runs against Kiki with these sort of raggy hands.
Not as well. Only back to the potential.
Yeah, it does find 3 to a straight flush, but needs some help. Checky, checky. King of clubs, like the worst card in the deck here for Kiki. But doesn't stop him from betting, and Preston couldn't get rid of his cards fast enough. He was like, no, I screwed up.
Yeah, really tough board there for Queens, but took it down.
A tougher board, one might say, for
Yes.
6-9 of diamonds. All right.
$40 straddle, if I can see that right.
Yeah, power hour straddles are in full effect. Love to see it. Scott going to go with the two-handed look on either side of the stack. It's a power move right there.
6 raise, 130.
Relatively early in the rotation here for Kiki with a lot of dead money out there, but a lot of players to get through. Is going to raise it up with the ace-9-0. This is a pretty speculative attack. And Mike is going to hit him with the 3-bet immediately for basically a min click to 250.
Cy with an interesting one here. I think he's probably going to let it go.
He's on 40 big
Small.
blinds effective.
Yeah, very small 3-bet too from Mike, making it a tougher spot. Interested to see what he does here.
Yeah. This is a popcorn moment for sure.
Yeah.
I would say both options of raise and fold are on the table. I think calling is going to be pretty tough to muster,
Yeah.
but one could make an argument for that as well, just not maybe a very good one.
Looks like fold. Wow.
Yeah, I like that. I do think it's a raise or a fold spot there.
Yeah. Yeah. Like we've talked about a lot, though. Especially for both of us. The cold calling free bets is just not part of our strategy a lot of the time.
Preston is going to try to show us how it's done, though. Does cold call from the big straddle with the ace-queen suited.
And the ace-9 off just gets out of there for the min click, even with another cold caller in between. Kind of just hemorrhaging damage there. Saying, oh, crap, maybe I shouldn't have put money in there initially.
That's the kind of flop that Cy would have loved to see and then hated to see. So good on him for folding. Same bet here from Mike L. Preston in position, 2 overs, no hearts out there. This is just awful, but also why you're like, I'm glad I didn't just like jam it all in, because damn was that not my flop.
Yeah, would have been interesting if Cy continued in that hand. But I don't think if he continued, it would have been maneuverability on the flop. I think if he's continued, it's just good.
Yeah, it would have been a pre-flop jam for sure. But good decision to just ditch the 9s. And yeah, I think that's often going to be the case. Now, had Cy had 10s, I think it would have been just a pretty clear jam on the 40 bigs. Still would have been interesting, though. I mean, it's kind of a gross spot. Anytime someone min clicks, you just kind of squint at it. You're like, oh, God, you just really don't want anyone to fold. Or you don't want everyone to fold, right?
It's always interesting, too, when there's those huge straddles out there. You talked about things relative of big blinds, but I think a lot of players aren't really thinking relatively in big blind dynamics, especially when a game's, say, a 2-5 game and there's a $40 straddle out there. They're not saying, okay, I got 20 big blinds now. They're saying, crap, it's $800 still, and I'm about to put this in. So I think people play a little bit tighter in those large straddle positions.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, which is honestly why I was a little bit surprised to even see Kiki open the ace-9 off, right? I mean, like, yes, it's tempting to just pick up all that. You can imagine just like everybody folds, and you're like, oh, I made $100. Like, yeah, that would be great, but like, you just put 120 or whatever it was, 130 out there.
It just doesn't happen very often.
Like a pretty shitty hand. And yeah, you got raised and you folded for a min click. Like, yeah, that's kind of what happened. All right, Magic here going to go for a check raise. After check calling the flop, has top 2 now. And Preston, who was kind of just trying to get away with one here, betting second pair on the flop and betting again on the turn. I mean,
yeah, a little bit hard to see what you're getting called by there. I mean, it may be in his mind a 10-9, a 10-queen, a 4-6, a 6-8 is going to get in there. But other than that, very hard to play that hand once you bet the turn.
Yeah, I guess maybe the other hope was bet sort of small here on the turn. If he just calls, he's going to be like pretty well capped at a jack.
Right.
And I can just like bet big on the river and hope to get that jack to fold.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
But, yeah. All right, hand number 99. We are getting some good hand rates here, or number of hands dealt, I should say. Uh-oh. I think we're in line for another misread hand. Limped pot, Preston, squeezing.
Seems a lot tonight.
Makes it 70. I like this. See, like, far too often people squeeze to like 45 or 50 bucks. That's like, gotta go bigger.
Yeah,
It doesn't get the job done, but it builds the pot when you actually are probably just like well ahead. And Preston looks to be well ahead here, so. Is going to play this one as the man in the middle, but flop stop pair, I'm going to feel pretty good about that. One-third continuation.
Really? You're like, it's here.
And yeah, I suspect that Mike's hand is completely misread because I don't think he's going to fold a pair of 6s for that small size.
Yeah, looks fairly uninterested. I think he's going to be paying attention to that hand a lot.
Yeah, I had to.
Just send me a picture. She's like, sorry, I dropped it off. I'm like,
Preston will get this one through.
seeing Evan Sukasara in the chat as well, also a college buddy.
Send me a picture.
Good to
She's
see
like,
everybody.
sorry, I left it at the door.
Went out the back door. Let them open the back door for you.
Just forget around. No, she
You're
left it at the
radiating-
discount tire back door.
You're radiating with cold air. Right
She left it at the discount. She's like, I left it at the discount tire door.
You're lucky if I'm gonna find that.
How's the wind out there?
So, bet you didn't expect to come back to Texas to experience some sub-zero temperatures.
Oh my God! Yeah, I'm like scared to go home tonight. It's like the weather is ridiculous. It says 25 right here. I'm in like
I'm not sure you could. it'd take you
not
about
well
14
enough
hours.
Yeah,
suited.
you're
I'm
in
in flip-flops.
You're in flip-flops.
Yeah, I don't dress for the occasion very often.
Good God, man.
So luckily we're inside, but
Yes, and maybe you just have to just sleep here tonight
Yeah,
because
yeah.
otherwise you'll go outside and freeze.
yeah,
You're-
worried about the black ice a little bit. So if that happens, I'll just play all night.
There you go. Yeah, that is one of the things, man. It's such a strange occurrence here in the high humidity environment, like that I did not expect when I moved here from Colorado and New Mexico. Like we had cold weather all the time, snow. I mean, more snow than Texas has ever seen, obviously.
Yeah.
But driving on the damn roads is just a nightmare here.
Yeah.
Everywhere, black ice. You just can't believe it. It's just, nope, looks clear. It's not.
Yeah. We're getting some weather check-ins from people that deal with this weather a lot. Answers being -32, -25. I'm so sorry for you. You should move.
Although Montana is a beautiful place.
It is.
I haven't been there, but I've been around there, and I've seen plenty of pictures as well.
Yeah. I tend to lean towards the snowbird mentality, especially being as my body mass index says that I can't sustain a lot of cold.
Yeah, right. All right, folds to Preston in the small blind. He's going to limp the ace-10. Jason here waking up with a real hand in the big straddle. Suspect he'll squeeze this one up, and he does to 100. Preston here underrepresented but dominated and in a tough spot. But here we go, Jason versus Preston. Can Preston find what he needs? Both players control heart. Jason's is superior, 98% favorite. If Preston somehow wins this hand, I think Jason might steam right out the door.
Yep.
Small c-bet and a call here from Preston. Black 10 on the turn. No. It's a king of diamonds, improving neither player. Checky, checky, 7 of hearts now, both players with a flush. Preston quickly checking his hand over as well. Jason here, slam dunk value bet territory.
Yeah, whatever he bets is going to get called very likely. It does.
And Jason will get a little bit back. All right, so 2 big wins for Preston, 1 middling win for Jason, if we're keeping track.
Which we are.
Which we are. I'm almost a little surprised that Jason didn't do a lap around the table and high five everybody. But
Very stoic, yeah.
just happy to win a hand against that particular opponent.
Yeah. It's different when you have a lot of volume that you're playing, and you can be a little bit more robotic with how you play hands. But especially for me, especially in these larger games, at least for my bankroll, you know, and any swings, I'm like very ecstatic. I'm moving. I'm like, oh my, like I'm yelling, you know.
Yeah.
I wear my heart on my sleeve a lot, and I think it's fun.
Yeah, you were certainly wearing your heart on your sleeve in that tournament.
Oh my
All
God.
in for your tournament life on like very nearly the stone bubble with kings against slowly turned over aces.
That
Oh
was,
my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was heartbreaking to see. Like a 10 big blind shove with kings and tank calls with the aces in the small blind to try and trap the big blind. And I get to see one at a time very slowly.
That was awful. Yeah. God. And I just kind of knew that you were toast. Like
Yeah.
before he even turned over the aces, I was like, good
Yeah.
game, man. Like,
Even
this
if he
guy-
has one ace, I'm like, I don't think this is even going to be it.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah. A lot of momentum in poker too. So if sometimes you just get a feeling like no matter how far ahead you are, like this guy is just not gonna lose tonight. No matter how well I play or whatever happens, like it just wasn't in the cards for me to win.
Yeah. All right, Tillman going to take his turn in the ring with Preston. Flops middle pair, but just snap folds it to a
The wind chill is like
40% c-bet, thereabouts.
Yeah, interesting stuff. there.
130.
Typically, you want to continue at least one with
17
the middle card pairs, but I guess in certain dynamics,
feels like one.
making some sense.
Yeah, you kind of have to ask yourself, though, like, if you're going to make a call pre, like I mean, he wasn't even in, like, a straddle or something. You're going to make a call pre with Jack-8
Yeah.
and hit a pair, like,
What are you
and
looking
just
for?
fold it? Yeah, like, I mean, that hand isn't going to make the nuts very often.
Yeah, and that's very different from the Kevin 8-7 hand we saw, where he did flop the middle pair. It's reasonable for him to fold,
Yeah.
especially with a bloated pot size.
And the limp back raise 3-bet
Yes,
and all that other shit.
All that stuff.
Tillman here won't be limping and back raising with the 10s, so he'll just open it straight up, and Preston is going to get in there with the Jack-5 suited. Preston has come to just, like, kind of fool around a little bit here tonight. It hasn't necessarily worked out for him except for in those couple of spots against Jason, but he is sticking with the battle plan.
Suited cards in position, and Preston is in there.
And he has a plurality of the equity here, flopping a flush draw. Tillman will continue with the 10s and get called by Preston in position. 10 of hearts now on the turn.
I was just about to say it's going to be pretty hard for Tillman to win this hand, especially with Preston's aggressive nature, but all that's taken aback now.
Full pot size bet here, and Preston's like, yeah, whatever you have, I'm not getting the right price. However, if he did sort of think about it from a, well, he just doesn't have very many chips behind. I was going to say implied odds, but he's only got 1K behind, so he'd be committing just too many of his chips to try to hope to double up your last 700. Now, if Preston covered Tillman there, right, has like an additional 1,000 or whatever in his stack, you might think about floating there, even though you're not getting the direct odds to call, just because, like, I don't know, this dude hammering away, he might have a real hand.
Yeah, I think it's probably
Does
pretty
two laps
difficult
around
to
the
get a lot
building
of value
and
out of it there, too. There's some
That's
implied
true.
odd situations where it's like, I'm just getting it if I hit, but that spot's a little bit different, where if TCH is a one pair ace type holding, it's going to be hard to get.
Yeah, that is true.
Really?
Although set of 10s, I'm not sure
Yeah.
Tillman's folding, even
Oh,
if the
no.
spade comes in.
No shot, yeah. That specific hand for sure is going to put all his money in regardless.
No, I have no idea. And I wonder who.
All right, raise to 35 from Tillman. Kiki just going to flat the button. This will invite Jason in.
Jason getting a little
Who's your
frisky
big
towards
one,
the end of the
too?
string.
You're away.
Play some hands.
You're away.
Yeah, also the players to his immediate left playing relatively passive. So, you know, he thinks he can probably get to, well, I guess I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's Kevin and Sai was actually in the straddle too. So I was just thinking Mike is going to do a lot of calling. But
Yeah.
anyways, we get a queen high flop. Checks Kiki on the button. He bets. He wins. That's going to be the end of that. So we definitely are going to keep going a little bit past the 10 o'clock hour. As you all know, it's 5 after. And as far as I know, we're still recording active hands as well. So we've got at least another 15 minutes.
Yeah. I think 10 or 15 minutes is probably about what we got left. Maybe some big straddles towards the end. I'd like to see that.
We've already seen the 40 come out,
Yeah.
but that one died pretty quick. Preston happy to put it out there, but no additional takers for the 40.
Here's Jason with a playable hand. Not saying that Jason did this right here, but it is very interesting when I think this is more of a tournament dynamic when players, especially early in tournaments, with a very standard, like, I'm going to raise this 100% of the time, sit there and think for like 5 seconds, and then make their action. I'm like, come on, come on.
Yeah. Just don't want it to seem like I have 7-4 off.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's what I have. All right, Sai here, flopping the top pair. He's going to go for the check call. Jason here with the two biggest cards that are not a king. 8 of spades here, going to be a kind of a tough card to continue. If it was like a deuce or a 3, I think he could size up and continue repping the big king. But now that the middle of the deck has sort of started connect and size playing out of the straddle. Pretty tough spot to sell a story that makes sense. Jason is just going to take his showdown value and he'll lose on the end, but I don't think a bluff was ever going to get through, and I think it was a wise decision to not go for it.
Something I noticed too on that hand is Sai, whether it was intentional or not, he might just be throwing in the chips in the same way, but he almost like threw in his chips as if he was annoyed to call with a hand that I would deem to be the top of his range in that specific spot. So whether that's me just interpreting something that isn't something at all, but interesting to note, at least for me.
Yeah, no, picking
Almost
up on
like
body
saying,
language.
like, bet the turn, right? Please, yeah.
Yeah. Picking up on body language is something that can certainly add to your expected value if you can do it appropriately. But it's also tough to not trick yourself.
Yeah, hurts a lot in some spots too. You're using that one little thing you saw on the flop to kind of make a huge decision on the river, and then it's completely wrong. And you're like, oh my God, what did I do?
Yeah, you're like, well, I saw the thing. The thing
Yeah.
was telling me to go the other direction, though.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Like you just convince yourself they floated the flop. For sure they floated, you know. When they definitely didn't.
So Scott will very slowly and methodically break out a raise of 115 with all red and green chips.
Also funny to me when players bet when they have clearly, you know, 2 chips that can accomplish the bet, but with 14 bajillion chips. I have no idea what that means, and I don't read into it a lot, but always just funny to me.
Yeah. Tillman will just cold call from the blind, or the first straddle, I should say, with a couple of 10s. Preston will complete from the biggest straddle as he had the 40 out there again. With the 3 players to a flop. All diamonds, king high. Tillman has a diamond, nobody else does. Nor does anyone else have a pair. Checky to Scott. And yeah, while it feels like a small c-bet here could probably just win a lot of the time, you are pretty far away from this board, and it's a little bit sketchy.
I think if you have 1 diamond in your hand, it's probably better to make a really small c-bet here, especially. But just having no diamonds in your hand and just some overcards, or 1 overcard, it's tough to put in hand.
Another turn set of 10s here for Tillman. This time he is going to bet and take down the pot right here and there.
I think Tillman found a new favorite hand tonight.
Yeah, pocket 10 is doing pretty good. Another scenario where the more standard approach, like 3-betting pre, you'd get called, you'd see bet flop and get a fold. You would have won a little bit more money there. Sort of similar to what we saw Kevin folding the ace-jack off earlier instead of 3-betting it.
Yeah.
You know, and of course that's results oriented to be like, oh, well, this is what you probably would have normally done, and had you done it, you would have won. It's like,
Yeah, not every
yeah,
time.
not
but
every
that's the
time,
same
but
yeah.
like at the same time,
More of every time.
yeah, you would have won.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just tend to think it's certainly fine to mix up your game and not fall into just like being very stale and stagnant about how you do things, but
Yeah.
when you do deviate in some of these spots where it's like, you're probably mostly going to want to do this other thing, evidence usually sort of points to validate them.
Yeah. It's so different too because a lot of the games I played here are so deep stacked, right? You're playing 100, 200, 400, 500 big blinds deep, and a lot of the California games are.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off
Go
because
ahead.
I do not know how we have gone check, check, flop, check, check, turn.
Wow. Mike loses the minimum, I guess.
Yeah. Mike got to see all those cards for
Wow.
free. He would have committed.
I might have lost my whole stack in that hand.
Yeah. He flops the front door clubs, turns the gut shot to Broadway. I mean, he would have probably put up to like 500.
Yeah.
150 on the flop, 350 more on the
And
turn.
then decide on the river whether you're going to be doing some crazy stuff
Oh
against a
my
king
goodness.
jack, king 10, XXX.
The slow plays are just really missing out on value here this
Yeah.
evening.
I mean, worked out for him that time. He missed it, but
No, but the 7-6 should have been the one driving the action.
Right,
You
right.
flop trips and you're just checking. I mean, I get it. You're out of position. You want Mike to start betting, but Mike doesn't have to bet, and he didn't. With a massive freaking hand that would have clearly paid off
that
wager.
was ridiculous. Yeah, I'm seeing a small pot, not really paying attention, and then
I
two
know.
bonds
You're over here
right?
talking. I'm like, bro, what is happening? Sorry, but I did cut you off.
No,
I
you're
did want
fine.
you to finish your
I was
thought.
just elaborating on how a lot of the California games I'm playing in now are at most 100 big blinds deep, and it's a lot different game, especially with the rate structures being $6, $7 per hand. It's like, oh my god, like it's just almost impossible to win until you get to like the 5-10 level consistently. So
Yeah.
it's very different from me playing in these games when I first started and just getting humbly used to super low rate comparatively.
Yeah.
Deep stacks.
Another interesting spot here. We've got Tillman just electing to call the single raise from Cy with the ace-king here. Pretty safe-looking board here for Cy. He's got the overpair. The pocket three is not particularly threatening, so he'll bet a little over 2/3 pot.
Yeah, so what happened here? Tillman just decided to call pre-flop to a single raise with ace-king.
From the small blind, or from the small blind. So it was just like folds around or limp or whatever to Cy on the button he raised.
Wow. And Cy gets it in against the flush draw, holds up, and that is a stack for Cy against Preston, who sent in with a flush draw and did not get his spade.
Yeah, big, massive check raise all in from Preston there as well. It sort of just announces like, I have exactly this, or maybe like pocket eights or pocket nines, right? Are the other hands that would sort of maybe think about just jamming it in. But that's, yeah, a little bit spicy there, and Cy with an easy call runs out the full house. And tough sledding here for Preston. He's going to finish down 3.6K and head for the exit. So tough sledding here. Good game, Preston. We'll see you next time.
I didn't say anything. Don't blame me.
But yeah, I mean, it can certainly feel too like sometimes you've just been getting run over all night. Yeah. It's like, oh, well, I got a flush draw.
Yeah, time to go.
This is
Here
my
we
chance
go.
to double up.
Yeah. And I cannot say that I have not been there before, too. Is you get killed for a night, you're down to a small amount of chips, and you say, I got a flush draw, we'll see what happens. If not, I'm going. See you later.
Yeah. Perfect. All right, another multi-way hand. Some Broadway cards, middle of the deck and bottom, all represented. And there we go, Kiki connecting with this in the most tangible way.
I think this bet's going to take it down here.
I concur.
I think I heard we got 2 hands left, is that right?
Couple more, so yeah, hand number 112 will be our last hand. We usually end with PLO bomb pot, so I suspect that will be the case. 2 PLO bomb pots back to back. So we got one more hand of Hold'em here to satisfy all of your 2-card needs and desires, and then we'll rip off a couple of PLO bomb pots. I suspect if we're doing 2 back to back, it's because the first one was pretty mediocre, but we'll see. All right. All right, Tillman here looks to be raising it up to 30, suited 1 gapper. Kiki and Jason will come along for the ride as well, so 3 players to a flop. Queen high, 2 hearts. Now Tillman's just going to keep going, and with his gut shot, not quite going to get the job done as he bets only 35, so small enough for Kiki to stick around with his backdoor opportunities and his gut shot. Up and down now for Tillman, and he should be betting again to try to get his opponent to fold. Pair of 9s, maybe a flush draw. Goes for the small to middling size, which doesn't really effectively attack the flush draw, but still does get his opponent to lay down the gutty.
Would have liked a little bit of a
Yeah. All right, PLO bomb pot time. Let's see if this one is a fizz or if it just, everybody was like, no, we just need to do another one. I bet you someone just like bets pot and everyone folds.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, I think that's exactly right.
All right, well, the Jets game is over, and I finished with exactly the 3 points that they had to begin the game. Jacksonville winning 19-3. And after everything's said and done, Garrett Wilson finishes with 5 points, and I'm now 47 to 53% underdog. So I've improved slightly over how we started the game. Not too bad, even though my team sucks ass.
Are there more games to be played before you figure out if you get a bronze medal?
Yes, yeah. Most of the games will be played on Saturday since Christmas is Sunday, but there are a slate of like 3 games played across the day on Christmas Day, Sunday, and then still a Monday night game as well before we really go into the back end of the regular season. And the games get pretty evenly divided up between Saturday and Sunday there towards the end of that. All right, checks through on the flop. We got a bet of 50 here from Kiki on the turn. He has the nut flush on bottom. Mike here with the jack high flush and a pair of jacks, pocket jacks on top. Does make the call and is now toast as Kiki will finish with the nut flush on bottom and Jason with the queen high spade flush on top. A little bit tricky to call with just the naked flush when the board is paired and you have nothing on the other board. Let's see if Jason can find the call here to earn himself half of this pot.
Especially with the player behind, very difficult, but looks like he's going to.
Yeah, it feels gross, but sometimes just YOLO. Yeah, you know, why not? Now Mike here with the jack high clubs. I think he's going to pay this off and get chopped up.
Yeah, a little bit tougher on this one. Sorry, easier on this one just because there's 4 clubs out there and the king of clubs is represented with the ace. So second nuts, and less likely your opponent has the queen high flush, but they do.
Yeah, so Mike will indeed get chopped up. And we'll do one more PLO bomb pot here to close things out. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, for hanging out with us this evening.
Got here just in time.
We'll be going into the Christmas week, so we will not be having live stream games next week. We'll pick up things the following week, at least here out of TCH Austin. I suspect the same up in Dallas, but we shall see.
Yeah, tough for those holiday weeks having no streams for myself to watch, but especially during Thanksgiving, I was like, all right, I got some free time. I'm ready to watch some streams, and then nothing was available.
That's right, everything's shut down. But the NFL players, they don't get the holidays off, so at least there's football. But you're not really a football guy.
Not a football guy.
Yeah.
No.
Only Disneyland?
That's one thing I wish I could be versed in at least conversing with someone in, but I got nothing as far as football or basketball or any sport relatively.
Yeah, I don't really get into too much other than NFL myself, so. All right, looks like we are currently programmed for Hold'em, so take a moment here to get things backed up, and then the cards will scan in correctly. Okay.
All right, I'm rooting for some action here.
Yeah, let's see some chips fly. Uh-oh, Mel's giggling over there. This is going to be like a raise and take it. Oh, okay.
Set up live stream.
6 check.
All right, we can see Kiki here has top 2 pair and the nut flush draw on top, so pretty good holdings all around there. Checks all the way through, though. 3 of hearts, deuce of spades. Kevin's going to go ahead and take a little bit of a stab here with his 2 pair and a gut shot straight flush draw. Mike is blocking that with the 6 of hearts, so straight flush will not come in. But this tiny little bet of 40 is going to get called in a couple of spots before Cy raises it up to 150 with
2 pair straight.
Yeah, the wheel on top and 2 pair on bottom. actually in really bad shape, though.
Yeah, I see size equity is 14-14 right now, but I can't quite. I guess there's just so many draws available that it's not
I think there's a
good.
5-6 lurking out there that we
Okay.
can't see, but I could be wrong about that.
Maybe. Oh, there's another 5 deuce as well. That's why.
Oh, okay, there it is.
And he repotted it, and side just snap folds. Oh no, he doesn't. Okay. All in, call.
All right, so yeah, both of these players playing the exact same hand. Gonna need to hit a dangler to improve to a better 2-pair on bottom. And it's a 7 of spades. They're gonna chop it up. Needed to come king, 10, queen, or 9. It does not. They'll turn over the same hand, 5 deuce, and hack it up. All right, so get all the chips in the middle, win 75 bucks. That's a pretty standard operating procedure here for these PLO bomb pots. And JB, who had just taken a seat, played his first hand with us, is going to get half the pot. All right, that's going to do it for us here on TCH Live. Thank you guys again for tuning in with us. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. For myself, for the staff here at Texas Card House, and for Preston Skeldings, thank you so much for tuning in. It was great hanging out with you, man.
Yeah, thanks for
Happy
having me
holidays to you and to everyone out there.
Still want to push?
It's been a pleasure. We'll talk to you guys next year. Adios. Good night.
That's my time.
Sure, the camera.